A storm is brewing.
Dimitri on Drake is a wizard.
Within the Tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, 98? Whoa.
One
And
second.
1 second.
Move!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
This is insane. Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
97 made! You wanted me!
Can't stop me! Oh my god, it didn't happen! The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just
Oh,
gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
Speed Chess Championship, we have yet another super exciting match for you today as Nihal Sarin faces off Ding Liren in a CGC rematch. Bringing you the commentary, I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky, once again alongside International Master Levy Rosman. Levy, good morning to you. Happy Friday. I think it's Friday. Took me a while to figure that out. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it is Friday and I know this because on Friday I have to put out our garbage and recycling. And yesterday I tried to do that like 5 times. Yesterday felt like a Friday, but today actually is Friday, and I get to spend it in the morning watching, I think, our closest matchup thus far of this entire event on paper. More on that later. I'm just super excited to see Nihal Sarin back in action, and anytime we get to watch Ding Liren play, it's obviously a pleasure.
It most certainly is. Let's start with the bracket. We'll be looking at this bracket a lot. And as I've said many times, it is a feast for the eyes. The most lopsided match, surprisingly enough, features that obscure player over in the top right, who will be facing another obscure player in the round of 8, Carlsen Caruana. But wherever you turn, you have incredibly close matches. Aronian and Draken went to overtime. Yesterday, Levy Hikaru Nakamura with a resounding defeat over David Paravian, who nonetheless, I think, should hold his head up high. He did his best, but some of these guys in the SCC are they're just sharks.
Yeah, I mean, there's I don't know how to say it. You shouldn't really be sad that you don't, score that many points against Hikaru. Obviously, Hikaru was a massive favorite in that matchup. I think David, first of all, in qualifying, it was already razor thin, right? But he made it over, I believe it was Tuan Minlei, and then he ultimately gets a couple of points off of Hikaru. But yeah, I mean, like when you talk about a quarterfinal, these are literally the biggest names. And I think we just have to get used to something. I think we have to get used to seeing a bracket of the best players in the world, plus Nihal Sarin, who is very quickly emerging as one of the best rapid blitz and bullet chess players in the world. We'll see if his classical holds up as well. But he is known, I think, as the #1 Indian chess prodigy in these faster time controls. So right now, it's the same thing at the CGC. It was all the guys that we've been seeing for the last half a decade, if not 10 years, and Nihal.
His SCC record is absolutely amazing. Multiple time winner of the JSCC. He's beaten Grishuk. He's developed an incredible track record. But today, will he meet his match in World Championship challenger Ding Liren? Now, they, of course, have met once in a marquee matchup in the CGC. And in that match, Nihal absolutely ran Ding out of the gym. Levy, those were your words. And I think those were very accurate words. Ding Liren, he's not usually someone you think really has a chip on his shoulder, but I feel like this match is going to be different.
This match definitely will be different. That was, of course, a rapid matchup, which you could even argue is supposed to favor Ding, right? You're supposed to always say, all these young guys, they're just good with a minute on the clock. No, that was a 15-minute matchup. They both had 15 minutes in every single game, and Nihal was clutch defensively and just super sharp when he needed to be in the critical moments against Ding. But I mean, yeah, they've never played blitz or bullet head-to-head, which I feel like, again, we're seeing in a lot of Nihal's player cards. It's like these guys just haven't played him. They have no read on him. So the player that's played Nihal the most is Anish Giri at this point. Probably played him like 45, 50 times, but not Ding.
Yeah, no, it's amazing to see these new matchups, these battles of generations, and it's a total black box. We don't know what we're going to get, and that makes it exciting. A quick run through of the format, ladies and gentlemen. The SCC is a 16-player knockout. Well, many players have already been knocked out. Players score cumulative points across 3 time controls until time runs out. The overall match time is 3 hours. And in the event of a tie, we have 4 games of 1+1. Now, there's 90 minutes of 5+1, followed by an hour of 3 minutes plus 1. And that concludes the match with 30 minutes of bullet 1 minute plus 1 second increment. So there's increment throughout. And Levy, as we have discussed now so many times, 1+1 is a completely different game from 1+0. And the second thing that I'll run by you is that 5+1 is basically classical chess.
Yes, it is. Then what is 15+2 in the CGC, right? I mean, it's a weird one. Yeah, Blizz games are supposed to be fast-paced, potentially tactical, and time is a factor. Not really in 5+1, honestly. Like it really just does seem like the player that's better at the long time control should have the advantage. But Nihal won this matchup the last time that there was long time control involved, which was 15-minute chess. So right now, I think a lot of things look to be in his favor. What doesn't look to be in his favor is that Ding Liren is the second best chess player in the world according to the classical chess rankings, and he is literally playing for the crown in 3 months. Like he's going to play, or 4 months, which got announced, by the way. April, I believe, 2023 is when the World Championship is. So he's playing a guy who's spending... Yeah, I mean, it is about damn time. Speaking of. This is a fascinating one. And, you know, like, does Nihal have any fatigue? Or is he young? 3 days removed from just a match that probably took 3 months off the commentators' lives? Like, what?
Yeah, and 10 years off the players' lives.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's super tense, super exciting to see. I don't know what to expect. I mean... I think we have a card coming. I'll let you take us there. But this is just the closest match I've ever seen.
It just smells like a close match. I mean, you could just feel it in the air. And look at the Smarter Chess stats: 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. I feel like I'm going to be saying that number so many times. And Smarter Chess predicts a win for Nihal by 1 point in the bullet segment. And I think that's as fair as a prediction can possibly get. 49-51. This is the closest that a Smarter Chess prediction, Levy, has ever been to 50-50. Smarter Chess simply does not know who is going to win. And can you really blame him?
That's confirmed, right? Like, I'm not imagining that. This has to be the closest CGC, obviously, but Speed Chess Championship matchup that has ever taken place. It literally comes down to 1 game. Like it does not get any closer. It looks like Smarter Chess just picked these numbers out of the air. Like it could have been 51-49 the other way.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know. I just have no idea. Like, will the Wi-Fi for Ding hold up? Right, we got to count these wild cards as well. Oh my goodness, just a shockingly close matchup. And
that's not, a rhetorical statement, because Ding, he has had his share of problems with his internet. You never know if these players are in a hotel, or if they're on an airplane, or if they're in, a NASA space shuttle. You just never know. So hopefully Ding, everything holds up for both of these players. But the community also believes that this match is going to be as close as it gets. Levy, this is incredible. 49-51 in the community predictions as well. Love to see thousands of you filling out your brackets, by the way. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for being engaged. 44% predicted this matchup to happen. What do you make of that?
That's insane. And again, it's only 51-49 by a total of 13 brackets. 13 brackets, 13. And it could have been tied. Oh my God, that's completely nuts. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm getting some Al Gore Bush vibes. This is incredible.
Yeah, seriously. Oh my gosh. But in what is going to be the trajectory? They're not going to make draws. Like, are they just going to go back and forth? That means that they're going to win consistently with a certain color. Like if I win with white, that means you win the next one with white. Mm-hmm. So what's going to happen? Who's going to be beating who with what color? Is there going to be a 3-game lead and then a 3-game comeback? Who is more likely to give up a lead in this match versus the other? I don't know what the storyline has to be to get us to a 14.5, 13.5 scoreline. I mean, it's literally razor thin.
No, it's unbelievable. I think we're going to get a lot of back and forth action, a lot of alternating wins. Let's take a quick look at their Chess.com Blitz insights. You can see that crazy average accuracy for Ding Liren. I mean, the guy is a machine, and he has been so consistently underrated in his ability to play Blitz. The guy is fast. He doesn't panic when he's low on time, and we take a lot of these things for granted. But Ding Liren, he might not be the most experienced player. I mean, look at that disparity in total games. Maybe that's something that Nihal Sarin has to try to harness in his favor, although I don't know how he's going to do that. But nonetheless, Ding Liren Levy is a full-fledged blitz expert. And just like Fabiano Caruana, chess players are very prone to these misconceptions and these preconceived notions about how fast or how slow these players are.
Yes, the loss by flag situation is kind of insane.
Yeah, that doesn't help the cause.
Yeah. I mean, that really just shows you that there is a legitimate chance Ding, in a time scramble, combined with potential internet problems, it could be a factor. Nihal Sarin, according to these stats, has played 18,500, and is that 49 games more than Ding Liren?
Oh my gosh,
that's a lot. It's a lot of chess on Chess.com.
That was some pretty good arithmetic there. You're warmed up for the match. I think you're ready.
Yeah, I am ready. Wow, we have game one coming your way. They do not have 10 minutes. They will have 5, and I believe higher rated player gets the white pieces. Yeah, that's the SCC format. So
that's the rule. And Nihal has been sticking religiously to his London butt. The higher rated player in this case, of course, is Ding Liren. He gets the white pieces. Ladies and gentlemen, seatbelts fastened. We are off. And a surprise on move 1. Ding Liren plays e4, and I think Nihal is surprised as well.
When is the last time Ding Liren played e4?
Yeah, was it like when Gangnam Style came out, or like what milestone or landmark? Was it 2013? Like
I legitimately don't know. And this is a very trendy line right now in the Caro Khan, like this c5 knight f3. Grandmasters have kind of gone here to try to explore these positions a little bit more. But black is completely fine, just a little passive.
Yeah, black is fine, but has to tread very carefully on the king side. And you get these structures also in the French. And just like in the French, black does have problems, Levy, with this light squared bishop. You sometimes see black going a5, bishop a6, trying to trade the bishop off. Sometimes the bishop just parks itself on b7, and later on, you can push the c-pawn. But Nihal going for the first idea here.
Yes. Very interesting to see that Nihal's weapon of choice against e4 was going to be the Caro. Like, I wonder if he showed up to this match and said, okay, if Ding plays the move e4, I'm going to play the Caro Khan. I'm not going to play e5. And this could be a spot where Ding is not convinced by Nihal's repertoire, right? That was the whole storyline in the CGC. For those that don't remember, it was that Nihal could be potentially exploitable, if you will, with the black pieces. And so maybe Ding thought he was going to face a modern. Is that far-fetched? Because Nihal kept playing that against the niche, kept playing g6 stuff.
Yeah, no, I think a modern can be expected also as the time control shortens. If Ding continues to play e4, and if something doesn't work out in the Caro, Nihal has shown Levy a willingness to change his openings at the drop of a hat. But look at that move by Ding. h2, h4. Of course, you couldn't take that pawn because of the fork on a4, forking the king and the knight on the other side of the board.
I'm trying to find games that Ding Liren played with e4, and I can't.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever played it. I think he's played d4 since birth.
Yeah, yeah. I think there was a sorting hat put on him, and they were like, "You got to play an opening." And I'm sure he's had to play it at some point, right? I'm still trying to scour the internet to find it. I'm mind blown.
No, it's crazy.
Man, is he actually going to prepare it for Nepo? Could that really be a thing?
This definitely raises some questions about the direction in which Ding's opening repertoire has gone. But the downside, Levy, could be that he's a little bit less familiar with some of the typical middle games that arise out of e4 structures. And you might be like, Ding, less familiar, the guy's 2800. What are you talking about? Still, it's not just about opening preparation. It's also about just familiarity with the pawn structures and the types of tactical features that arise in these typical middle games. And here you can see Ding already falling seriously behind on the clock. But I like his position.
Yeah, I like his position too. It feels very airy on the queen side for black. And I mean, I like the 2-on-1, which I feel like if you're gonna, 2-on-1, of course, being that if you simplify, white will have a pass pawn, and it's felt much more than the d5 pawn for black, which really is an asset on d5 only. I mean, it's not an asset anywhere else. It's going to be captured the second it moves forward. So I do like Ding's position, but it's still in the balance, and You know, different players. If a different player was seated with the black pieces, I might really like White's position. But Nihal just has a way of figuring things out, and
Yeah, he really does.
it's important also to say that Ding has played e4 online, but over the board, I don't know the last time. I mean, he plays e4 sometimes in these matches, but like if you look at a database of his online and over the board games to find a game that he's been on the white side of a Hikaru Khan, I don't know if that's ever happened. So just interesting. Isn't it crazy? It could be 2,800 and never play e4. That just blows my mind.
It should lead to one of those memes, you know, like Levy looking for Ding games in the Caro-Con from the white side, and then 2025 still looking, and then your hair is gray, you know, and your kids are behind you still looking 10 years later.
I just went to chessgames.com, and Ding Liren has had 4 games on the white side of a Caro-Con. 2 have been against Magnus in the 2020 online. 2019, it happened once, and the last time before that was 2001. He hadn't been on the white side of a Caro-Con.
2001? Oh my God.
18 years he had a gap. Can you imagine how much theory got developed in those years?
2001, we were still like, you know, picking at each other with stone axes, basically.
Yeah.
In chess terms.
It was a miracle games that went past move 10. You know, we were just getting checkmated.
Using a chess base 4 on our compact computers, you know, loading up Fritz 2.
Back when Fritz would talk to you. You remember those days? Arbiter, my opponent is taking back moves.
And it was the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, it was. It was like a revolutionary invention. Now you got text-to-speech everywhere.
I feel like Ding's position is getting a little bit worse. His greatest asset, well, his greatest 2 assets, the net on g6 is totally restricted by the pawns. And number 2, right now, Nihal has a hanging pawn on h5. And Levy, you might say, well, you know, what happens if you give this pawn away? If you give this pawn away, there's the danger of the queen dropping back and then white pushing h5 and shoving this knight back toward h8. So there is a ticking clock on the queen side. Maybe something like bishop c5 is necessary, but Nihal's got to create some counterplay pretty quickly here. Maybe rook c4.
Yes, he does. There's a reason the time was 2 minutes difference. Now it's down to 30 seconds. It's because it's actually a very difficult position to play with black. Traditional pawn break f6 is...
I actually think f6 might be necessary.
And to just take on e5 with
the knight.
The knight. And bishop takes, fe, queen e5, and just sort of dynamic counterplay with like bishop f6 or something.
Yeah, let's bring up an analysis board real fast as Nihal ponders this very committal move. So what you're spelling out, I think, is exactly what black should go for. f6, give up the pawn, but in return, open up the center, park the bishop on f6, and you have quite a few assets here in return for the pawn. You've got the big center, and with white's clock dwindling, this might be the kind of position Nihal has to try to aim for. Guess what? f6 is on the board.
This reminds me exactly of the game from there. This actually reminds me literally like move for move, position for position of their first game in the CGC matchup. I swear Nihal was worse and was down a pawn, but created counterplay, and he had a bishop versus knight situation. Like maybe he was knight versus bishop, but very similar.
I remember that.
And his a pawn like queened in the end. He sacked the pawn for counterplay, and we're almost getting a deja vu moment. And you know those thoughts exist in players' heads. Like, dude, Nihal does not go away. I mean, I've got to put him like 6 feet below the ground for the game to actually be over. He is going to keep coming at me. Bishop f6 looks great. I actually really like black's position.
And Anish Giri can second that thought. Of course, those of you who didn't see Nihal's first match against Anish, do yourself a favor and watch a recording of that match after this one. That was something else. And Nihal had so many of his vintage, ridiculous comebacks in that match as well. It wouldn't be a Nihal match without at least, 4 or 5 comebacks from a -8 position. But he's actually taking a long think here, Levy. Bishop f6 looks automatic, but maybe he's attracted to the idea of pressuring the f2 pawn or playing a move like rook f5. He thinks this is an important moment to play accurately in, but ultimately goes for bishop f6 and e5.
Okay. I think he was thinking more about the move after bishop f6 maybe, because you know people do that. And e4, so using the pawn as kind of an anchor and preventing white's knight from getting back into the game, although...
Big move.
Yeah, knight g2. I mean,
Uh-oh.
You know what's funny? I would trust Nihal on both sides. Like, I would trust Nihal on the black side of this and the white side of this.
Now, the moment he loses one of these pawns, he's in big, big trouble. So
Yeah.
Ding is trying to get his knight around to f4, but rook d6, a good prophylactic move. Knight f4, there might be bishop takes h4, and Nihal wants to get this down to a time scramble ASAP.
Yes, he does. By the way, Ding's in a hotel or something. Looks like it, right? Obscure painting on the wall.
I think he is.
Yeah.
I was going to ask what you thought, but it does give me hotel vibes for sure.
That's interesting. Where, though? I mean, is he just sort of like making his way to... Is he playing in the World Rapid and Blitz?
I think he might be, but I would imagine it's too early to fly into Kazakhstan like 2 weeks early for a 3-day tournament.
I don't know.
Knight f4 is on the board. Now he's threatening, Levy, knight takes d5, and then queen to c4. Nihal has to address that threat. Maybe rook f7 is what the doctor ordered here.
Yes, the Alyoshin's gun directly behind a pawn. That's exactly what he wanted.
Rook f7, rook d7, exactly. 30 seconds now for Nihal.
Yes, but that's okay. It's like the lower his time gets, the stronger he gets, you know?
Precisely. And it's not exciting until he gets down to 2 seconds.
Isn't there knight d5?
You've blundered it. I think rook d5 and queen c4. So that you can play rook d1 in the end.
Knight d5 is such a natural move, but rook d5, yeah. Oops. Yeah, on the board.
Isn't missing that? Maybe that wasn't even the best option, but rook e to e5 is what Nihal was banking on, forgetting that the other rook could come out to d1. He might be losing here.
Yeah, I think he and I both missed rook d5, even though you literally said rook d5. I mean, it's... he should have listened to you. I mean, what can I say?
I know. Doesn't know who the wise guys are here. 5 seconds for Nihal. Can he pull out? Whoa! Queen c7?
Now, he hung his queen!
Ding could actually go queen b3 here, but then there's the move a4, distracting the queen. So you've got to go for this position.
Yeah, he didn't.
But Nihal's got counterplay.
He didn't lose his queen. He sacrificed it to get the 2 rooks. But
rook e8,
queen,
and e3 is a big threat.
So queen c4,
queen f7 maybe. Got to keep attacking the rooks. And knight f8.
Knight f8
is on deck.
Yeah. Knight f8.
Okay, but where to from there? King h8. Ding might panic and start repeating moves here.
Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable.
10 seconds. Where's the win? Is it knight f4? Is it a slow move?
Probably knight f4. Whoa.
Oh, that's
queen
a great
f5
move.
and bishop e7.
No, it's made in 2. Queen g8. Queen g8, queen h8.
Yes. But if bishop e7, there was queen f5. And
Ding strikes forking first. The rook on c8 and the king.
Yes.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
What a game by Ding.
That was a great game. Excellent game.
And what composure and time pressure. This is what I mentioned in the pre-show. Yes, he loses a lot of games on time, but that doesn't mean he can't handle himself well in time pressure. And this is exactly how Nihal started his match against Anish Giri. So it's already danger time. And Nihal responds with a very creative anti-Sicilian here.
Yeah, Ding Liren has just played a Sicilian defense, which is also super rare for him. I mean, he goes e4, e5 all the way. He is experimenting with all sorts of openings. This is awesome. I mean, I love this. People don't realize that Ding Liren with the black pieces is e4, e5 automatic. To see him play in like these imbalanced positions and kind of adjust his playing style is super interesting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I said it as if it was normal. Like, I didn't even bat an eye. And then as you started to talk, I was like, wait a second. When is the last time Ding didn't play either a Berlin or a Marshall? Like, what is he doing? Are we sure this is the same guy?
Yeah.
Okay, but careful now, because this is a very dangerous line for black. There's a rook sacrifice here, Levy, I think, that I've fallen for before.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes something like CD, queen d4, knight c6, which is very natural. And then after knight c6, queen c6, there's some move there, like bishop f4. You just leave the rook on h1 in the corner. I think we're about to see something very similar.
Yeah, and here...
There we go.
There it is.
I've fallen for this multiple times in blitz games. And after queen h1, let me show this on the analysis board. Black loses, I think, on the spot. Castles, bishop d7, and now just bishop takes f6. And white gets a raging attack in return for the exchange.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, rook t8. Wow, amazing. You can tell from Ding's expression, his mouth opened 0.5 millimeter more.
Exactly.
And that is how you knew. By the way, I like how every move is mate there. Queen b4, queen c5, queen d6.
Oh my
just
God.
pick your poison. Just any move.
What a beautiful mating construction, queen b4. So this line, I mean, if you take the rook on h1, you lose. If you don't take the rook on h1, if you play a developing move like bishop f5, white just ignores and castles, and you can't get your rook to d8 in time. This is mega danger for Ding, and he senses it.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to the live position.
Wow, that's let me tell you something right now. If you don't know what you're getting yourself into and you play queen c6 and your opponent plays bishop g5, do you know how dumb you feel? Like, you feel terrible because you're like,
You do feel terrible.
because you're just like, this dude is just giving me a rook, but it doesn't work, which means now you start thinking, am I already worse? Even though you might not be, but just psychologically, right? Bishop g4, which looks like it hangs a piece, by the way. It doesn't.
Whoa. Bishop takes f6 is going to happen. I mean, Nihal has no choice. The point of bishop g4 is to prevent white from putting a rook on d1. What is the follow-up, though, Levy, to bishop takes f6? Does he want to take on h1 there?
Yeah, and then there's queen g4 and you take back on f6 or something. That's insane.
But there's bishop takes g7 in that position. Well, I guess we're about to find out. No, he just takes back. Oh, so he wants queen takes g4, and then he wants queen takes h1, but there's a check on a4 in that position, which is super nasty.
Oh, and queen c6, bishop b5!
Bishop b5. Oh, this is gorgeous.
Wow.
And I won't make the moves on the analysis board because I don't see Nihal going for anything else here. He's just double checking.
That's crazy, like a pendulum. Queen takes bishop, queen out to a4. It's crazy that Ding blundered immediately after getting hit with bishop g5. That's life. You know, that's just, you get hit with a move like that, you're like, oh my God, you spend 2 minutes, boom. Fatal error.
Yeah, I mean, navigating your way through this position in a blitz game. In a classical game, it would be difficult. Now, Nihal is taking a good deal of time here. There's just nothing else he can do. Like, once you're, head first diving into the water, you gotta go queen takes g4 and sack that rook.
Ding, evidently a bit chilly, throwing on a jacket. We've had multiple players with jackets indoors. Like, they were, chat was talking about Wesley yesterday in his house or wherever he was. He was cold. It's getting chilly. Love to see it bundling up. I mean, I'm in a hoodie.
Yeah, no, same. I prefer commentating in like warm clothes.
Yeah, you know what they say.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I know we have to focus on the chess, but Nihal is thinking,
No.
and it doesn't seem like he's close at all to making a move. He's not going to make one telepathically while his hands are in his head. They say that if you have like ADHD, or if you just like your just thoughts constantly bouncing all over the place, that wearing a hoodie or a hat actually helps. So sometimes when I sit here and I need to get work done, I throw on a hoodie or my beanie, and it kind of like contains my head. Like, I feel more focused. It's kind of interesting. So there you go. I'm not a doctor, not a physician. Helps me. Yeah. Interesting.
Now,
right?
all this time, I thought I was getting advice from a qualified individual. Now he castles first. He doesn't find queen a4 check.
Oh, wow.
And this allows Ding.
Wow.
Now, he's not out of the woods, but he can bring his queen back to c6, and he's stable here.
Wow.
Big mistake there for Nihal.
He didn't see a check. It happens.
It's still incredibly dangerous. Don't get me wrong. Incredibly dangerous. But missing queen a4 check.
Wasn't queen a4 was like almost winning on the spot. Now I don't even know what black would have played. King d8?
It is a strange oversight because queen c6, bishop b5 is pretty easy to see. And we might show this after the game. But for now, they've got this position. Ding is far from out of the woods. Let me repeat that. I mean, look at his king.
Yeah, Ding can't move anything. Like bishop h6 check, king b1, or even f4 looks very nice for white.
Bishop coming to g2 to x-ray the queen.
Am I missing why black is not playing rook to c8? Is there like an obvious...
Rook to c8. Oh my god, there's some crazy tactics there. Bishop c4 maybe?
Oh,
queen
dear
c4,
God.
knight f6?
Knight f6 is so ridiculous.
This is a Rebecca Harris type of position.
Wow. Yeah, I was thinking like, c3, just prevent mate, but bishop c4 is just absurd.
No, but bishop c4, there's bishop h6 check, clearing the f8 square. Let me show this line, actually. Rook c8 is a totally viable suggestion. And I was proposing bishop c4 with the idea of knight takes f6 check and queen e7 mate. But as usual with my ideas, there's a flaw. And the flaw is that black can throw in this check, and if you go down the same line, the black king has an escape square on f8. I like rook c8. I think it's a good practical move.
Yeah, sort of surprised he hasn't played it faster. But
he's gone rook to d8.
Okay.
But what's his follow-up going to be?
That's also logical.
Queen c8.
Oh my gosh.
You want to hear something ridiculous?
What?
The best move is f4, and the second best move is king b1. You just leave your queen on g4, like a normal person would.
Queen c8 actually threatens nothing, because you can't take white's queen because of knight c7
It's a
mate.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And the point of f4, of course, is to take the sting out of the move bishop h6. Levy, bishop h6 is actually the threat.
Yes.
And then you're going to lose your queen.
Yes. So that's why both moves, they're not waste moves. They're actually improving white's position. I think as a human, I would probably play king b1 here. I don't know what the difference. I just don't like that my king is still on c1 after f4. But I mean, they're both very logical. And, you know, there's a man on earth that would play king b, and he's played it.
He's done it. He's done it.
I think Ding is suppressing a smile. I think he, like, you know, it's a competitive match, but sometimes you're like, what the,
like really? Like, this guy just went king c1 to b1 with a hanging queen on g4. Now, bishop h6 here, Levy, I think would be my choice for black. Get your king a square. Otherwise, you're not going to survive this with 23 seconds. And e6, apparently not the move.
Queen b4, queen h4.
And queen h4. Talk about a pendulum swing.
Yes, he finds this
king
pendulum.
King g7, queen g5 is checkmate.
Queen g5 is mate. Oh, my goodness.
This is ridiculous. And rook takes d8 on the next move is win. I'm surprised it's not more than +3.
Yeah, where does the king go? I mean,
he just resigns.
Wow.
Unreal. What a comeback strike by Nihal.
We called it, by the way. Like, I mean, when you get hit with a move like king b1, it's over. I mean, you psychologically cannot bounce back. 2 times in that game, Ding got hit with moves that just blew his mind. Bishop g5 and king b1. I mean, you can only recover so many times from getting just struck and knocked down in a fight. And that happened twice in that match and in that game. And we're all level. So it seems like the players are going to be beating each other up with the white pieces. That's sort of right now the storyline.
Yeah, this is an incredibly tactical start to the match. I did not anticipate 2 of these positions in a Ding-Nihal match because Nihal, he likes the London. Ding likes 1d4 and the Catalan. Both of them are playing e4 and going at each other's throats. Are you kidding me? This is awesome. And they're repeating the exact same opening from game 1. So that begs the question, Levy, where is Nihal's improvement?
Nihal might just think he got a completely normal position and then blundered, right? That's
true.
That could be it. He could say, I was fine after f6. You know what I mean? And
which is a risky approach, though, because the path is very narrow. And I didn't like his position from a practical standpoint. His pawns were weak. You don't want to get those types of positions in a blitz game where the margin of error is just like totally non-existent.
And by the way, we have breaking news that the pre-game prediction of 50-50 is still 50-50. Thank you for bringing that up on the screen.
Yep, it's a very informative graphic.
Yes. Just kidding. Please don't fire me from this position. By the way, it says 50-50, but it was 51-49, no? I mean, our graphic literally said 51-49, but now it says 50-50. I mean, this is the closest match I think we've ever had. Literally ever.
Yeah, and Smarter Chess needs to be just careful about these drastic changes. I mean, come on, you know, from 49 to 50%. You need to take a chill pill, man.
I know. So, I really wonder if you ran the simulation between these 2 players 10,000 times, what would happen? I do like what I want to echo your point. Ding Liren is a strategic, grinding, positional style player with black and with white. Nihal Sarin, same thing. Like simple openings, pragmatic, slowly building up his position and improving it, and a very good defender. What is going on today? These guys are playing barn burner chess. Like, there is just no sense of safety. I mean, they're just throwing kicks and punches, right? Like, it's a weird match.
It's crazy. They're totally shape-shifting today. I mean, if I just saw the game scores without knowing who was playing, I don't know which match I would predict this to be. I mean, maybe Hikaru against Paravian. maybe Aronian Undraken, but definitely
Yeah.
not Ding against Nihal. But
And
I mean this in the most positive way imaginable.
yeah, MVL Nepo maybe.
MVL Nepo for sure.
Like super scrappy. Yeah, so Nihal this time does not castle so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Instead opting, I guess, for Queen D7. And again,
Flexible move, yeah.
yeah, it covers the queen side. I mean, black has to castle at some point. His position is like if black was not allowed to castle, black would be lost. So maybe maybe black will castle. Maybe black will just play f6 king f7 actually. Oh, f6
Yeah,
queen d f6 queen d3 and you resign.
Oh, that is an epic fork right there. Queen d3, forking a6 and g6. How many times has that phrase been said? Rook on a6 and a knight on g6.
Yeah, so yeah, this is why you kind of have to castle.
So you're right. Now the question that Ding is posing himself here is how do I prepare for black castling? Like how do I set myself up in order to attack h5? And I like rook c1. That's a pretty low stakes, low risk move. And it seems to be time for Nihal to castle, because if you delay too many moves, Levy, I mean, queen c2, queen c8, you could get stuck in the center forever.
Yeah, you could. Wow. This is
Although, there we go.
No, yeah, this is not easy. This is not easy.
Okay, so what now for Ding? Because the pawn on e5 is a weakness. It's not easy to move this knight away. It's not easy to protect this pawn a second time. So maybe bishop d4, but that takes away the rightful square from the knight, which is a common problem when you got multiple minor pieces vying for and jostling for the same square.
Yep. Trying to find what the plan will be for Nihal, if not for f6. And I can't really find one. I don't exactly know.
Yeah.
Maybe a4?
But same question for white. Like, what is a good, healthy waiting move, semi-waiting move for white?
a3, rook e1.
Okay,
Yeah.
but they said they play a4.
Yeah, that's true.
I can go rook b8. I can play on the queen side. I mean, black has finally moved away from the center. So, yes, white has the pawn majority, but you can kind of play this Benko style, rook b8, meet b3 with a4, and the pressure can be a little bit unpleasant here.
It could be, yeah. And if Ding puts all his eggs in the basket of winning the h5 pawn, it actually could backfire, because you win the h5 pawn and then realize your entire queen side disintegrated. So bishop d4 played this time.
I like this move. And again, f6 still, queen d3, even though you've castled, you haven't taken the sting out of the fork.
No, I mean,
Okay.
that pawn on h5 looks just destined to perish for the greater good of the black position, it feels like. I mean, logically, this position doesn't make any sense. Like, the knight on g6 can't move. The pawn on h5 can't move. I mean, you have a rook on a6, and yet black is fine.
Black is fine objectively, but there is this big threat of just knight to e1, Levy. And what I pointed out in the first game in which they reached this position, once the h-pawn disappears, if white can keep the e-pawn alive, you mentioned the word disintegrates. Black's king side can disintegrate in a matter of like 3 moves.
Yes. I mean, if anything, the knight can just go right back to g5. It's true.
Exactly.
Yeah, there is a world we live in where only the queen is on h5 for white, and like the pieces never get to follow up and nothing happens, but that's kind of unlikely.
Apparently the top move is just rook f8 to c8, and that is not an easy move to play because white can respond by taking and moving the knight away, and black is just in time, says the computer, to create queenside counterplay. Nihal does something very similar, rook to c6, fighting for control of the only open file, always an important thing to do.
Yes, that rook was destined to get off of a6.
So queen a4 is a move, but then black just doubles on the c file, I guess.
That would be great. I mean,
We do lose the pawn on a5. I don't know.
if Nihal is able to trade queens and rooks, though, he is super happy. I mean,
Oh, without question.
Even, by the way, no queens on the board. I mean, I already like black's position more. I mean,
I would go so far as to say even if you lose the h-pawn, even if you do that and then manage to trade queens, I still think black gets full compensation with this major pawn on c5, which you cannot fall asleep on in the context of an endgame. It's a protected passer.
yes. And the closer we get to that endgame, the bigger of an asset it becomes. Right now, he is thinking, is Ding Liren Yeah, why is he not
So,
playing queen a4?
well, I guess rook takes c6, queen takes c6, knight to e1 comes to mind. And then I guess you can play a move like queen c4 to tie white down
But
to this bishop. And that's a very fragile construction because the bishop defends a very important pawn.
b3 though, I thought.
E3. What do you mean? Oh,
No,
B3,
b3, yeah, b3 there.
Bob.
Yes.
Billy 3.
I don't know. I'm confused. You suggested a plan. Like sometimes we suggest plans and we sit here and we're just like we don't realize what's bad about it.
Yeah.
And then the
They're
players
not
just
playing it.
they don't play it. Oh wow.
Oh, now they do. Following our advice, Levy. Look at
Wow.
this.
Look at that. Look
Takes,
at that.
takes, and 91.
91. Yeah, he's rerouting. He wants to take on h5. He wants
Yeah,
to.
so queen c4, b3. I agree that looks very dubious for black because then if you play queen b4, the knight can jump into c2 and finally protect the bishop. So the queen is free to roam about the cabin.
You take on h5, you come back, and then you move your h-pawn to h5, and black's knight goes. I don't want to talk
Boom
about
goes
going
boom
back.
boom.
I don't want to talk about going back to h8.
What's the move for black here?
Great question.
I mean, it's probably just to sack the pawn and go queen to a4 and hit the bishop, hit the a2 pawn. Nihal does something very similar. Oh, what's so important, Levy, is that queen g4 there was knight takes e5.
Yes.
Oh, and
very
queen
nice trick.
d3, infiltrating white's position, preparing rook to c4. So Nihal just banking on the activity of his pieces.
I think Ding overlooked the idea of queen d3. I mean, I think like naturally you think my opponent's going to take on a2, right? He attacked my pawn. Nihal says, I don't need your stupid pawn. What I need is for you to run out of moves. And that's why we're here now.
Another detail, queen e4 was possible there, but no, he sticks to rook c4.
Is there
and if you play h5, knight takes e5.
It's so ridiculous. And b3, same idea, b3 knight e5.
Oh my gosh. Knight takes e5, hits the queen. And after knight takes e5, queen takes d4, the white queen is hanging, so you can't take the rook. 5 seconds for Ding. Is he losing control here? He does play h5.
Yeah, I think he
Oh
might.
My God. Don't play queen takes d4 because there was queen takes and knight c6. So Nihal takes correctly.
Okay, so now we have an endgame.
Who's better and why? Probably black at this point.
Probably black. How is the black rook not trapped, though? Rook d4, I guess, just always. And even rook g5 in some positions.
But you don't want to go rook c4 because then white takes and jumps into e5 and you lose the c4 pawn.
That is correct.
You've got to kind of eat it here and allow white's rook to infiltrate.
Bishop d6 to threaten bishop g3?
Oh my God.
Bishop g3!
What a tactic. And he missed it. Oh, and Nihal's not going to miss that.
Oh, no.
Oh, we got to move. Ding's starting to give up all his pawns. Now he's losing.
Yeah, he's losing. Unreal.
Oh, and Nihal's coming back for more. It's over.
It's over. Wow. Bishop d6, bishop g3. Amazing.
But I'm even more impressed, Levy, with the way he handled that middle game. Queen d3, rook c4, rook takes d4. How many potential blunders could he have made in that position?
No.
He navigated that like Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even better. Like queen c4, queen d3 was just unreal. I mean, foregoing the free pawn on a2. Yeah, and by the way, the pawn on a2 survived the whole endgame. The problem is all the other pawns died.
And you would think, given that the pawn on h5 disappeared, that was the X factor. If white won h5, he would be better. Nihal found a way to sacrifice that pawn to have his cake and eat it too. Incredible. Just precision and technique in that endgame.
That was sublime. And now he gets a massive confidence boost. He went back to the opening that he lost in game one, but this is a common mistake. A lot of it, even very strong club players up until 2000 make this mistake, saying, they lost in an opening. He didn't lose game one due to the opening at all. He lost game one because it was a complex decision in the 20th move. The opening actually was not bad, and so he repeats the same opening. Now he wins. It's a super boost of confidence, and he's now won with both colors in this match.
He has indeed, and Ding reverts back to what he's most familiar with, which I think is a good strategy when you're facing an early deficit. We have a Rui Lopez. Now, what you saw there earlier, Levy, was the bishop coming to d2 and then moving back to c1. And the reason Nihal did that is because black put his bishop on the h5 d1 diagonal. And in the Ruy Lopez, it's very frequently considered that a bishop on this diagonal is misplaced because the knight can hit it with tempo and drive it back to a very passive square.
It's interesting that Ding experimented one time, and now we're back to these e4, e5 structures. Ding was like, let's see what he's got in the Sicilian. Oh, maybe not. Maybe.
Okay, yeah, it was good while it lasted.
It's kind of... Now we're going to be playing these super complex Spanishes, probably, for the duration of the match, as Ding realized it's not worth battling in the Sicilian defense.
Hey, it's better than in Berlin.
It is, yes. As we see d5 there and 4 pawns along the fourth rank. And hitting
so
the bishop
now
on
a big
h5.
question. I don't think you take on f3, because then white goes with knight f5, and that initiative, Levy, unfolds really quickly. I think you actually go bishop g6, not because the bishop is so good, but because it actually defends the f5 square.
Yes. That's the important thing. The knight was looking to get into f5. I mean, we're going to see knight h4. What's the idea here?
We're going to see knight h4.
Then maybe...
Knight takes e4. No, that doesn't work because e7 hangs with check.
So how much of a fiend is Nihal Sarin for that f5 square?
Yeah, I mean, your play does frequently revolve around that square in these positions. What about e takes d5 and hunting for the e5 pawn? Is that an angle worth exploring?
Looks like very typical Marshall-style compensation.
Yeah, bishop f6. I mean, okay, there is x-ray on queen.
I feel like there's...
It's complicated,
If you don't take on d5, by the way, what is... Okay, plays knight h4.
He goes for your initial idea.
Seems
and
like...
if we could bring up...
I was going to say, he is indeed a fiend. Let's bring up that analysis board.
Just to show people, knight takes e4, you could get very excited about this. Oh, d4, bishop h4, common idea. But after knight takes g6, if you take back on g6, you lose e4. If you take on g3, knight takes e7 is a check. So all of this would fall apart with black's king on h8, with a king on g8, count up the minor pieces, and white is a piece ahead. So Ding taking a fundamentally different approach and pushing d4. Big committal decision, but you often see black engineering the pawn cube with d4 and c4 in these types of positions.
That is very sharp. That is very, very sharp for black to play the move c5, c4 here and try to just completely break down the white position. But white's position is super resilient. Good reinforcement.
Bishop f8.
Yep. h4? Like, what is the plan here?
Bishop g5, but now rook e6 and resilient. Like, black is also very fundamentally sound here. But I like h4. I think
h4,
you're going
bishop
after
g5.
it if you're white. What about queen f3 to prevent h6? I don't know.
Maybe.
Hard to find a move here for both sides.
Oh, I know. I mean, visually,
Trades.
white's position looks great, but...
Okay, so which way is black going to recapture? CD has the drawback of allowing rook ac1, but maybe that favors black. He plays ed. Whoa. Talk about imbalance.
I really want to play f4.
F4.
Move my knight. Knight takes g7, f5, something like that. I mean, just in the future.
Or e5.
Or e5.
But f4 is their h6? Gosh, that's so crazy. Bishop h4, queen takes f4. That position should come with a complementary Advil.
Rook f1, yeah, wow.
Okay, rook ad1. Nihal kind of keeps the tension.
Rook d1 is a ridiculous move. I mean, it looks like it legitimately, you have no idea how to play chess. And the point is that you're preventing c4. That's what you're doing. And if your d pawn moves out of the way, yeah, you pressure d4. I mean, it actually is incredibly logical. Just visually looks like you have no idea how to play chess because, like, what is your rook doing on d1 behind your d pawn?
Yeah, you can conclude one of two things from rook ad1. Either it's a beginner or it's like a 2650 GM. Other players don't put rooks on closed files.
I mean, it looks... And like, what now? White is going to play bishop d2?
Bishop c1? I mean, just set it up for the next game.
Yeah, you might as
but
well.
You're probably right. Because at least bishop d2 puts some pressure on the knight and, strains black's queen a little bit.
Yeah, I was thinking bishop d2, maybe black would just play knight c6 and now your bishop looks stupid on d2. But
Nihal agrees.
All right, well, the bishop dies. This looks a bit optimistic, though. I mean, it just doesn't... How do you break in? Is just f4, e5 all in?
I think, yeah, next move has to be f4, especially if black plays knight c6 aiming for e5. White is in time to play f4, but how is white going to involve this dud of a light-scored bishop? I don't think you can really break through without it.
Yeah, I was going to say that there's a piece in the white position that's pretending to be a bishop, but is actually a pawn, and I think the chat can identify it. That does not look like a bishop.
It might be a bishop again if it sits on b3. So that was the drawback of knight c6. Ding better have a good follow-up in mind here. Maybe c4.
But I thought knight b4 and c4, yeah, or c4 first.
Oh, that looks dangerous for white.
But e5 is so sharp.
Yeah, and you pointed out ideas of like knight takes h6 and f5.
Oh, is there like e5, h5, queen g5?
Oh my gosh. I think...
How's the queen not trapped?
Yeah, it sort of is. I mean, it has h4 and it has g5. So the good thing about Nihal's position is that it's easier to play. He knows what his next move is. Ding is the one who has to calculate the heck out of c4, which I think he's going to play, for the record. I think he's going to go c4.
Yeah, or... man, it's so tough to decide. Like, do you want the white bishop to get out of there completely? Like knight b4 first, bishop b1. Maybe you don't even have to play c4.
Yeah,
but
do you
then
include this knight b4 move?
But then a3, bishop a2, and black might be losing straight up.
And maybe you want your knight for just general defensive purposes. You want to bring it back to e7. As we're talking, Ding is thinking he's down to a minute, and this is exactly what Nihal wants. He wants this game to turn into a time scramble.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is what he wants every game.
I mean,
it never changes.
A bullet game like this with a kingside attack just always favors white, I feel like. Just much easier to play moves.
Ding has sunk right about a minute on this moment. He better come up with something good. He's down to 45 seconds.
Yeah, this is too much. He has to trust his gut here.
All right, I'm getting stressed. 40 seconds now.
No, this is too little. This is too little because here's the problem. I don't think he can even anticipate white's next move unless he does something very forcing, right? If he plays a slow move, he's leaving himself no time to react to a move he will not expect. This is nuts. He has 20 seconds on the clock.
20
He's
seconds.
Make a move.
He's still not moving. I hope his internet is working. It looks like it is. I think he's just deep in thought trying to figure out c4, but he's missing the forest for the trees. 14 seconds now on the clock. You got to make a move, Ding.
Wait, this is crazy.
10 seconds. And he finally plays queen c8, preventing Levy the move e5, which I think is a great move. E5, there's rook takes f5.
That literally, I think, was the top computer move because it stayed exactly the same. But he has 10 seconds on the clock. I mean, what's he done here?
And if I'm Nihal, I'm considering making a quick move like bishop b3. But then black has knight to a5,
A3.
forcing the bishop out.
So why not a3, bishop b1, bishop a2, something like that?
Try to keep the tension if you're Nihal. Queen h4 is also possible to threaten knight takes h6. One move threats can be very effective when your opponent has 10 seconds in a middle game.
Yeah, I think I would just play a3 here. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm completely naive or maybe I'm missing something. But
No. A3 is a great move in the opponent's time pressure.
Yeah, but you know, Nihal is like, he's got 10 seconds. I also will get 10 seconds. In many ways, getting in a scramble is even more stressful than playing 10 versus 40. You know what I mean? Like, at least now you can sort of center yourself, but in a scramble, you can never... Okay, bishop e3. Is he going to make a draw? Oh, never mind. That's a knight a5, bishop c2.
Ding kind of procrastinates on knight a5. Now your move a3 is possible to make some luft for the bishop. One very important detail, Levi, is that bishop d5, you always have to watch for rook takes d5, and the knight loses its support. 14 seconds now for Nihal. Here we go, folks.
Yep,
this is it.
Our first official time scramble of the match. 7 seconds each. Queen h4.
That was threatening knight takes h6, forces Ding to make a big concession and give up that bishop. I don't like this.
Nope.
Knight back to g3, maybe?
Whoa!
g4. Watch your queen, though.
King h2. Bishop d5.
King h1. Yep. And e5 was being prepared.
Wow. Surgical.
And a5, chasing the bishop away and carving out the d5 square.
Oh, he's rerouting to e4 now.
Uh-oh. And then f5 is going to be really dangerous. He might play it now.
He goes knight e4 first. Uh-oh,
Ding, just
pawns are
grabbing
falling.
a bunch of pawns. C4 maybe.
Oh, Nihal has been
G5.
stopped. He's going to go knight
GH.
f6. He's going to go knight f6.
Oh, he's got to move. He had literally 0.3 seconds. Queen knight f6 is a huge
Oh!
threat. He
Oh,
missed it.
knight f6!
Knight f6, he flagged. Nihal
He
flagged.
flags! Nihal flags!
Oh my god, knight f6 wins the queen. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. We never see that. That must be an internet issue. We literally never see Nihal flag in this kind of situation, ever.
Oh my gosh. When's the last time Nihal lost a game on time?
And not just that, in a position where he can win the queen in one move. Let me bring up that final position for those who want a refresher on why we're so crazed at what just happened. All Nihal had to do was knight e4 to f6 check, Levy, and the queen disappears. He'll find this while skydiving and having 2 seconds on his clock.
I swear he hit Ding with the exact same tactic in his comeback game. The last time he had the white pieces. It was like a knight discovered attack.
And queen f3 was such a genius move because he would have played that move anyway in response to queen d7. This is still winning. Anyways.
Yeah, wow. Amazing.
Holy
yeah,
smokes.
I realized he had this idea to anchor in the knight on f6 and sacrifice it. Just unbelievable. Wow.
Yeah, we just never see this. We're so used to excellence and perfection from Nihal in time scrambles. We got perfection again, Levy, to reach that point. And maybe he had a hard time dragging his mouse to f6. I mean, your hands are shaking in these situations, even if you're Nihal.
Oh yeah, they really are. I mean, it is a stressful experience. E4, by the way, this position is breaking all the principles of chess. Just both sides overextending, hyper aggressive, making multiple moves with pieces in the opening. That's what you get when you play a Rogozin sometimes.
I've played these positions with black and never enjoyed them. I just feel like I'm getting checkmated whichever side of the board I go to. And black, literally in these lines, can go king side, can stay in the center, or can go queen side. So this just seems practically very unpleasant. But from a positional standpoint, you could argue that you have the bishop pair and white's got this isolated pawn.
Yeah, I have to sneeze, and I think it's because I'm allergic to positions that look like this. Yeah, long castles.
So
I mean,
I.
yeah, visually, I agree. It looks like a disaster for black, but I mean, that's why best players in the world.
No, but I think Nihal has done something wrong here. If he goes f5, I think some people may be wondering, why not f5? At the very least, there is g4, breaking up the pawn chain, and all you've done is create more weaknesses on the king side.
I feel like f5 is a deranged move.
Yeah, it is.
Knight f6,
Castles?
what, like d5? Yeah, you got a castle probably, right? Nice
And it's
stretch.
important that the queen defends g5.
No, wait a minute, dude. Castle's f4. How is black not just lost? I don't know. Takes?
Hey, I think black is lost. I am no staunch defender of this position from the black side. And Nihal just keeping his king. She's like, I'm just going to chill in the center for the time being.
f4? I mean, but you do run the risk, like if black plays 3 moves and consolidates, white's just permanently worse in every endgame. So,
I love f4, by the way. I think that's the move.
Yeah, f4, d5. F4 looks pretty natural.
d5, immediately, I guess black can take and tuck the king away on f8 if necessary, and maybe opening up the c file is actually counterproductive.
Ah.
I don't know.
Counterproductive, you say?
Yes. There we go. Ding. As usual, just taking 40 seconds and coming up with an engine move. Yeah, what does black do? Like, what is the move here?
That wasn't my responsibility. My responsibility was to suggest the move for the side that I prefer playing. I don't prefer to play with black.
This wasn't part of our deal.
Yeah, so I abstain, I don't know, man. I don't know what black plays. I mean, I was thinking like bishop e6 or something.
I was briefly considering bishop takes d4. And yes, I know I'm a psycho. But the actual reason it doesn't work, I think, is just the simple queen to d2. And we will not talk about that line any further.
Also, I feel like queen e2 probably just some direct line of assault.
Yeah, queen fill in the blank is just crushing.
No, bishop takes. I mean, it is a free pawn. Make no mistake. If anybody's confused in the chat, we're just not taking it. It's because Also, isn't there
And-
bishop d4 fg? Like,
Oh yeah, the rather straightforward f takes g5, threatening knight f6 check.
yeah. Do not. I mean, it is a free pawn. It just,
What
comes with.
hurts you? What hurts you here if you're black is like bishop e6. There's always this move knight to c5, hitting b7, and then preparing f5. White's position is just pulsating with tactical energy.
Yeah, pulsating with tactical energy. That's a legendary commentator call. There's a reason Nihal is thinking it's really hard to recover from flagging when you're about to win a queen. So
Yeah, no, it's crazy. The psychological effect of that cannot be understated, especially if you're someone who's so not used to doing that. I was like, what happened there?
yeah, I guess he just didn't get his move off in time. I mean, it's literally okay. So we have GF, bishop, G4,
G4, knight d6 check. Lots of candidate moves here. I love G4. Gosh, you're on a roll tactically.
I want to play G4 or Queen E2. What's wrong with Queen? Is he going to castle?
So I think Queen E2, you will castle kingside. That's why I like G4. Open up the G file as an insurance policy against black castling.
Wow, G4. There you go. I'm such a better chess player when it's not my pieces. It's just like, yeah.
This is just like pure fun for white and pure torture for black. If I'm Nihal, I'm considering, Levy, actually bishop takes E4. Buy yourself some time.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like you don't want to, but if Queen E4, just Queen E7. And
Queen E7, and maybe castle queenside.
Yes. Bishop E4, I like it a lot. I mean, the thing is, what do you do? If you play bishop H7, I'll play F5. I'll just play like Alpha 0, just wall off your bishop, and yeah, he takes. Yep.
Okay, big decision actually for Ding. Knight takes E4 is unappealing aesthetically, but might actually be the best move. Go to C5, prepare your idea, F5, F6 later. Oh, and knight E4 castles kingside. There's the move knight E4 to G5.
Oh, yep. And that's you better find the resign button fast.
That's all she wrote there. Yep.
Yeah, that's literally the end of the game.
Oh my God, can I show a quick line?
Yeah.
Knight E4 castles, knight G5. So you can't take because of mate. If you play rook E8 and pave the path to F8, rook takes H6.
Yeah.
But that's not the end of the story. I just wanted to show the idea of rook to H8 check. Forcing the bishop away to make contact between the queen and the F7 pawn. That, ladies and gentlemen, is checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate is an understatement. That is a beating. That you just got beat physically. That's what happened
Well
there.
put. Well put.
What is the thought here? He may also want to play Queen E4 and like.
Oh, you made a third move.
Whoa, Rook E1?
Okay, I can get behind that. I mean, you're putting the rook on an open file.
Wow.
And you're recapturing with the rook. And hey, Nihal took that pawn. He just snatched it out of white's grasp.
So he's able to get away with this just in case anybody's confused. Last time there was a rook on D1 pinning the bishop to the queen. Right now, that rook is now laterally hitting the bishop. So if you pin the bishop to the queen with the queen, that's different because the bishop can actually move. Right? So in case the audience is confused, that's what you can actually take. And if Ding doesn't win this game, Nihal is just going to be a thief. He just wins the pawn and runs home. And I don't know if knight E2 is the way to go, but let's see.
I guess he's remaneuvering the knight to F5. And what Nihal is saying is, hey, my king is actually as safe as anywhere on the board. It's not safe at all, but comparatively, the king on F8 isn't too unhappy. I am worried about Nihal's clock. Once again, 30 seconds. Ding has an entire minute extra. And he's just got long-term play. Like, Ding doesn't need to hurry, right? He's only a pawn down.
Oh, you know what I wanted to play here? I wanted to play Rook H5.
Oh, that is a lovely looking move. But then I guess Queen A2 is his idea.
Yeah, I know, but
so maybe just King B1.
Yeah, probably just King B1. But I keep wanting to meet
Ding
Queen
move.
D5.
King B1's a ding move, though. You just know it.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Maybe you can like trap the queen if it gets down to A2, but maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, just go. Get King B1. Makes sense.
Do it. I mean, Black trying to trade queens here, queen d2, but okay, then queen d3.
Queen b3, queen c5, queen a5. Not right away. You would lose the queen to the queen on d2, but knight f5 looks great. G5 looks great. But now you're getting down to that
Rook
7
d1.
seconds, by the way. 7
Rook
seconds.
d1 is a huge threat.
I was going to say you're getting down to that territory where you may have to make a transition to an endgame. Or you could just checkmate a guy queen c5.
Black's not gonna make it to an endgame. Knight e7 check is next. Oh my gosh, there's gonna be some nasty tactic here. Knight e7 and bishop d3. Queen f5 is just mate.
Oh my gosh. Knight c6 you can play. Quick windmill.
Windmill and then go back to e7. And I would just win the rook on h8.
Yeah, just knight. Yes.
Or just bishop b5 and keep the status quo. But I don't know about that. That might let Black off the hook.
Wait, bishop b5, queen e4?
Yeah. Oh, that's a check. I guess White's probably still winning after king a2, but I agree.
Yeah, you probably are. You probably have some knight e7. At least you're not losing. It's probably a draw. Yeah, bishop d3.
Oh my god, bishop takes b2? Seriously?
Oh, because knight
move.
a4. Jesus.
What a resource.
Oh
And
my-
guess what? Ding's down to 24 seconds. This game ain't over just yet.
Oh,
Where
it's
is the
not.
win?
Where is the win?
Knight takes h6 check, maybe? I think it's knight takes h6 check.
Yeah.
Or not.
It apparently wasn't.
Is it because of queen e1? And the king sidesteps the bishop? Wait
Uh-oh.
a second. Look at
Queen
Nihal's
A1.
attack. Oh my god, Black could win this game. Black could absolutely win this game.
Oh,
This is insane. King b3.
this is insane. Bishop c2?
White's still holding on. What hurts White is the lack of checks in his position.
Bishop h7, bishop f5. Bishop
Oh,
h7,
that was
bishop
a queen.
f5.
Oh, and he loses. He cornered his queen. King b4 is forced. And then there's bishop f8. But then rook g2. No, now king
he blunders
b5.
it back?
Make a move. He's going to flag.
King a.
And now
Take flags!
Turn to flag. You got to just make a move. King b5 and White's out of the woods.
Oh, can we just quickly show that before we go to break? Bishop h7, bishop f5 was winning
absolutely.
for White.
By the way, Letty, before I do, queen e1 was a very hard move to find. This was the winning move for Black.
No.
Queen d6, and now bishop f8 pins the queen. But you called it a little bit earlier.
Oh,
This
he
was
missed bishop.
after. When was this?
Take, yeah, and then
Here.
right here, bishop h7, bishop f5. Wow.
Chekaruskis can go to f8, and bishop f5 picks up the queen on g4. A heartbreaker followed by a heartbreaker, as both sides have now lost an absolute back-breaking game that ends in a flag, Levy. What a crazy sequence of events.
I got nothing to say. I think everyone needs a break. I think commentary needs a break. Players need a break. Spectators need a break. This is everything we ever wanted and more. I'm so pumped. What a match thus far.
What an incredible match. What a comeback. Just a vintage Nihal game. Folks, we will give the players a much-deserved breather. You're watching the Speed Chess Championship, an unmissable match unfolding here between Nihal Sarin and Ding Liren. We will be back with the second half of the 5+1 portion on the other side of this short break.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
background we all know and love. We see Nihal Sarin on camera there. What a match. What a match is unfolding here at the Speed Chess Championship round of 16. It's been a pleasure covering the match alongside I am Levy Rosman as we look at Nihal Sarin's player card Levy. We've gotten all we can eat and then some.
Yes, we have. Can't say it any better myself. He's got 3,200 average rating in Blitz and Bullet, which is literally all
Keep
you
talking,
play
Levy. I can't hear you just yet.
Speed Chess Championship. Dan, you can't hear me. I hope chat can hear me, at least. Yeah, I mean, listen, you can't get any better than 3,200. Pragmatic playing style has not been so pragmatic thus far. We've had some unbelievable knockout style games, and we've also had two flags back to back. So 3-2 after 5. This is just about the closest that it can get. This is what we predicted. Smarter Chess had this kind of call, and thus far looks like Smarter Chess is right.
And we just knew it, right? You could just feel it. You could feel it in the air. And both players have now suffered a very painful defeat. But now the ball is in Ding's court. It's in his court because he's losing by 1, but also because he just played an tactical game only to stumble at the end. But all credit to Nihal. The way he makes lemonade out of lemons, regardless of how losing he is just, it's just uncanny. It's black magic, and Ding has to put this behind him.
I think both these guys are quite good at putting losses like that behind them. At least it seems that way thus far. I mean, I don't think there is a better way to come back from being flagged in a very close game and one that you were a move away from winning than to flag your opponent in a game that you very much could have been losing. So literally, does not get better than that. Yeah, fascinating stuff thus far. Ding kind of shakes his head there. Interesting. What is Ding is shaking his head before the game even starts.
Yeah, you haven't made any moves. And I am a big fan of the opening choices in this match. I love to see Nihal playing e4. I personally think that move fits him very well. He is a shapeshifter. He can play any style he wants. A London, grind it out endgame, super tactical game. He's comfortable everywhere, but just for the sake of variety, Levy. And maybe I'll jinx it and he'll play a London. But something tells me we're going to keep getting e4.
Yep.
Oh, I did jinx him.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Bishop f4, yeah? No, plays a main line. Okay, I can get behind this.
All right, semi-Slav action.
Okay.
I never heard anybody.
E3. Traditional variation.
Solid system.
Yep.
Who do you think is going to win, Brazil or Croatia?
I like Croatia.
Oh yeah,
but Brazil just seems so inspired this year. I am rooting for Croatia for sure.
Yeah. Brazil seems like
what do we have
monster squad. Anyway, neither of these players represent either of those nations.
With a chip on their shoulder ever since they lost 7-1 to Germany.
It's too soon, man. Too soon. Got to wait like 5 World Cups to talk about that. This is like the most flexible position of all time, right? Like it's like Rook A-D1, Rook Fe1, E4. Very normal plans.
Yeah, E4 is kind of de rigueur here. Now you can start with Bishop D3, but you're playing E4 at some point. That's basically why it's only long-term idea.
Yes. I mean, I've played a few games here where I try to checkmate black on H7. It doesn't always work.
You go like Knight G5.
Yeah, E4, put my queen on H4 after the big trade, Bishop D3, and so on and so forth.
In the game. Yeah.
This one is slowing down in pace, I feel like.
Yeah, I feel like the player's kind of just taking a breather. I think it's worth showing why E4 can backfire sometimes if we can pull up an analysis board. The problem is that black basically takes everything, and you would like to play C5. You can't do that yet. But what you can do is chase the queen away first. And once black plays c5, his bishops come out. And I've had games where I just end up being worse in a position like this. Black's aiming at f2. The queen can be misplaced. So you got to be very careful about when you play e4. That's the moral of the story here. Whoa.
Yeah.
Nihal taking. Big decision there.
What?
I don't know
Doesn't Black
about
just
that.
play
After ED.
Isn't
Yeah.
Black just like better?
Normally he is. Like if you have to play CD in these positions, okay, Ding
What?
playing CD, which is solid. I guess he's just saying he's totally fine here as well. But after ED, I thought he was slightly better.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I don't realize
Oh.
why he played C takes D5. A6 prevents knight B5 naturally. That's why I play A4 in some of these positions.
For white.
Yeah.
Prevent B5.
B5 prevent B5. Maybe play A5 yourself. Maybe some bishop going to A3.
Yeah, this is the first sterile position we've had all match. I think that's why we're feeling so dejected. We've got a little too used to tactical fireworks.
I know, we have a totally symmetrical position. This one is going to take like 10, 12 minutes. This might be the first draw of the match too. How boring.
This might be the last game of the match the way it's going. I mean, of the segment.
I know, they're going to just play this
From
position for
D.
30 minutes. Chat, how you guys doing? You guys doing all right, chat?
Yeah, this is a good time to check in. Mental health check, yeah.
Oh, all of chat needs a therapy session. Chess.com should book
Especially looking at this
complimentary
position.
therapy sessions for the first 100 chatters or something.
E5. Maybe your move A4. That comment is aging pretty well. I think Nihal is ultimately trying to get his knight around to D3. But okay,
Yes.
rooks can get traded and they get druish, yeah.
I don't know who Nihal thinks he's fooling playing mainline queen spawn openings. He's a
Ding.
London guy, or he should play the English, or he should play E4, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's just trying to take a deep breath, kind of play one of these solid games. The issue is you can slip into a worse position if you're white. Like black can go knight E4. And if I had to choose a side, I think black is doing a smidge more comfortable here.
I agree. I think the bishop on B7 is a comfortable anchor, and I think white's queenside knight is sort of misplaced. It's like very difficult to find a home for it. You could play knight F4 and yep, bishop back, knight D3, and so on. Nihal is very thirsty this game also.
Oh yeah, I haven't been looking at the player camera. Is he drinking a lot of water?
Yeah, I was gonna say this is the fascinating chess insight that you have to bring to the commentary table when both guys are taking a minute per move. And the position has like very little life in it. The plans are sort of obvious. So, you know what? Okay, queen B1. Queen's getting out of the way of the action. Maybe going to go to the corner. Then knight E5.
Ooh, spicy. I think knight E5 is likely. There's also this incredibly cumbersome idea of rook C2, knight back to C1, bishop back to F1, and finally you can put your knight on D3. But it's like you do all of this to play knight D3, and then you have nowhere to go from there.
Yep.
So rook C8, I would suggest a revolutionary idea of occupying an open file for black.
Also,
whoa. H5. Ding
all
just
right,
goes
there we go.
H5. I don't know about that move. Knight G3?
It's the equivalent of throwing paint on those or like throwing like some orange weird substances on those paintings in museums. You know, we were just like very stable,
like
everything was good. Yeah. So Ding Liren showed up and just vandalized the painting. He just and you know, I could work. I don't know. G5 next by black. H4 by black, maybe.
But knight, concretely, I was worried about knight G3. Okay, Nihal goes knight to E5. Yeah, and just splatter some egg white on white's king side with H4, H3. Ding is very tactically, his mindset here is aggressive. Queen G5. He wants to checkmate white on the king side.
Yeah, Ding kind of sensed that nothing was going on, so he said, okay, maybe I'll make something happen. I mean, a big win here with black, relatively low risk, would work.
There's a crazy threat of bishop takes E5 and knight D2 to F3 check, but Nihal chases him away. It's a moot point. Very committal, though, positionally, the move F4.
Extremely committal, right? And he could blow the center up later with f6 e5, or the other knight will go to g4, and black will be like completely like winning basically. Pawn
I
on
think
e3 just can't
h5
move.
has already been a success.
Okay, well, just play h5 in any position and hope for the best. Good chance you'll win.
That's basically what players do now. It's play h5 like as early as move 3, and it just produces the right kind of effect on your opponent. Nihal, again, look at the clock, down to 40 seconds. We've had one player doing this every game.
Bishop takes,
Ooh.
and I think it's just going from bad to worse. He's now given up the better bishop that he had.
And the light squares in the center.
Yeah, but you know this is the phase of the game where Nihal activates.
Yeah,
He's
he
just
wakes
gonna
up.
start-
He's down 20 seconds. 2 minutes on the
Start playing
clock.
faster. Yep.
Knight c6, maybe. Eliminate the light squared bishop, but okay. First he plays knight g3.
h4. Might as well.
Who needs that e4 pawn? Now knight c6,
No,
I
but
think.
yeah. I was saying maybe you can sacrifice it, but yeah, knight c6 is nice. And this is somehow where Nihal is just unbeatable.
Yep. And it's actually hard to defend the e4 pawn. If you think about it, after takes, white will double on the c file. And you can't really afford to lose this pawn. So Ding will have to find some tactical solution here. But I don't see anything off the top of my head.
What if he just plays queen d7?
Here?
Yeah, and just sacks the rook. You can't take on e4. Black's next move is h4. Well,
definitely an idea worth exploring.
He decides to
Queen
not lose any material for
queen
no
d7,
reason.
queen d5, maybe? He does go queen b7. Oh, and now the rook blocks the queen.
Yep. Now the pawn's not hanging. By the way, was there bishop d2?
Oh.
But then there was knight f1
Using-
anyway.
Uh-huh. Oh, defending e3. Yeah, good point. Okay, Ding puts his knight on e5. Nihal triples, but he doesn't have access to the c7 square. So the c file isn't as impressive as it may appear. But how does Ding make progress here?
Yeah,
Bishop
why can't
A5,
Nihal just go
maybe?
f5 g5?
You mean Ding?
Like, yeah, sorry. Nihal cannot move Ding's pieces. Yes.
You can
He can
try.
Aha.
Okay, the rook is almost trapped.
Okay, he's just doing
I
it
don't
this
know
way.
about those trades, though. Huh.
Well, it seems like Ding is basically like, I'll win the endgame, or at least I won't lose.
He definitely won't lose, and he's going to go f5 and try to bring this knight back to d5. Total positional domination.
Careful, h4's hanging though. Don't lose that yet.
Okay, now knight
Six.
b6. d5, there's
Bishop
always...
f6.
Oh, bishop f6. Yep. Tactics work out for black. Here's f5.
Yeah, I mean,
Ding making
What an
progress.
amazing position for black. Jeez, what an amazing position for black.
But you're still going to have to actually win it, and that's what worries me a little bit. Takes at knight f1.
Oh, that has to
There's
lose
sacrifices.
somehow. Yeah.
HG, GF, and then is there a sack on f4? It doesn't quite work.
No, but then there's just
Ding
bishop
keeps
h4,
the
king e2. There was just bishop h4, king e2. Like, I think white was lost completely.
Yeah, but instead he gets his queen around to h8. If Nihal holds this, I'm going to leave the commentary booth. I think now you take, Levy, and then maybe throw in a check on h4.
Yeah, take. What about just taking queen h1? Like, what?
Or even g4, but queen h1 I agree with.
Yeah, okay. Apparently it was knight
GF and bishop h4.
Yeah, just GF.
I guess white will have to play EF. Careful now. He's got 5 seconds. Oh, his bar. He's got 1 bar of connection.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. And he declined a draw. Nihal keeps offering draws. Oh, no.
Ding.
He's going to flag.
Ding.
No, it's happened again. Oh, my gosh. 93-0-1. Oh. What to say? And Ding just has the worst luck with his internet.
Yeah, that's brutal. That's brutal.
You know what that reminds me of in a weird way? Nihal offering draws. It's like when Pavel Teklov, remember that video where he was falling off the table?
Yes.
And Tigran Petrosian just kind of extends his hand as he's falling off the table. That's kind of what that reminds me of. Like he's trying to help him up, but at this point he's too far gone.
Yeah. I get what you mean. Well, listen, 52%.
Classy move from Nihal, though.
It was classy. It was definitely classy. But unfortunately, yeah, Ding does go down on time. 52% of Ding Liren's losses have come by way of flagging, which is crazy. That's crazy.
Now I'm supposed to leave because I said I'll leave the commentary booth if Nihal wins, but I didn't mean that way.
Yeah, no, you didn't mean with Wi-Fi Gambit. That's tough, man. That's tough. Is this what it feels like to commentate a Ding Liren match? Like he loses like 3 points in every match because of the internet?
Basically, yeah, he has. Historically, I would say on average 2 or 3 games for sure. And this just gets more concerning the shorter the time control. Imagine having these problems in Bullet.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that is unfortunate. I mean, that's tough for sure.
And whoa. And Nihal gives the game back. Oh my gosh.
What? Nihal has resigned in 3 moves to Ding Liren.
Oh my goodness. That honestly, it deserves nothing but praise. But honestly, I hope, Nihal isn't doing it because he feels too bad. Like, that is, I was not expecting that.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, I thought it was just life. But wow.
Wow. He doesn't want to win
like no,
that.
Man. Nihal's like, let's keep it close.
Incredible.
Wow.
That is obviously a high sportsmanship move.
Danya, hear me out.
Yeah.
Danya, hear me out. This is going to be crazy, right?
Go ahead.
Nihal, it would have been a tied match had he lost. Right? Because it was 3-2. So it would have been 3-3. So should Nihal resign this game too? Or is he just good giving him 1? He's only going to give him 1?
It would be the craziest thing I've ever seen if he resigned 2 in a row.
I mean, but think about it, right? Like, he's giving him 1 because he's like, it's not fair that he lost that game. But, all right. Nihal's giving him, he's letting him get within 1. I'm obviously joking around. I mean, that is very classy. I'm going to be honest. If I was playing against Eric Rosen and he disconnected, I'm taking that point. You best believe I'm taking that point.
Oh, same.
Like, come on.
No, I think in such situations there shouldn't be like the expectation that you're supposed to resign, but if you do it, it deserves, the utmost praise. No question about it.
Yeah. Of course. Idiots in chat will think I'm being serious, but no, I mean, it's a very classy move from Nihal, and he basically says kind of like, let's have a do-over. It's a 1-point game, 1-point match. But we've seen this before, like when Magnus sacrificed his queen and then resigned immediately on move 2. I think Magnus won some award of sportsmanship for that.
I think it was against Ding, actually.
It was against Ding. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's happened before. Yes.
So, you know what else has happened before? The line that Nihal is currently playing. He follows his CGC prep with that early bishop f4 pawn sack. And of course, Wesley So was the one who took on d4 with the queen. But we've already deviated from that game.
Yeah, there's this very trendy line, CD5, knight d5, very, very sharp stuff. Nihal played this against, it was the must-win game against Wesley. I think he played like this, right? And then
it was a valiant attempt, but he didn't make it happen.
Oh yeah, very interesting point, by the way. The timer is frozen.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it?
Never mind.
Just when you said that. Okay. What do we make of this? Where is White's compensation? I would say most of it has to do with the pawn on e5 kind of clamping down on Black's position. And of course, you have a lot of kingside promise with the knight getting into g5. Easy play here for White. I don't really believe in this objectively, though.
No, I certainly don't either. And I feel as though this is a perfect bullet weapon, which is it's not exactly praised for an opening to be a good bullet weapon, but obviously 3 minute and 5 minute is still relatively viable to play in a way where you're down a pawn but have some vague ideas for an attack. If it works, it works, but if not, then well, then you're just going to be 4-4, and smarter chess is completely justified at that point. Right now, let's keep in mind, everybody, it's 4.5, 4.5. It's the smarter chess prediction for this segment. So all Nihal has to do is hit the resign button right now and then make a quick draw. And actually, not right now. Then we're probably going to play two games.
Yep. If only he knew what the prediction was, I think he would subconsciously steer the match in that direction. Now, I agree. This is a great bullet weapon. And in the 3+1 game, I think this is something worth repeating. 5+1, I think, is borderline. Although, of course, Nihal played this against Anish Giri for the first time and scored a crushing victory. So it's also the good memory effect where you want to repeat the lines that have brought you memorable victories, even if your opponents are now well prepared against them. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. That's a nice watch, by the way. Yeah, I like your watch.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Did you win it off someone in some dark room, like chess pink slip matches? You know.
So most of my watches have been, from like tournaments or gifts. This one I got myself though. It was a birthday present to myself.
Wait, what do you mean tournaments? They award watches in chess tournaments?
I did win one of my favorite watches, and unfortunately it stopped working, but I won it in the Spice Cup 2011. It was a really nice watch. And before that, I'd sort of worn, digital watches, and I felt like a badass, wearing a watch that I won in a tournament.
But that's actually very, very cool because, I mean, there's an argument to be made that watches can appreciate, especially if they get you some very, very nice one, right? But that's super cool.
No, for sure. But I lost it. I left it at a basketball game. I was on the JV basketball team in 10th grade. That's where I left it. I left it in some high school.
Oh, I'm sorry. I only leave umbrellas in public places. I would cry if I left my
I
watch
leave a lot of stuff in public places, unfortunately.
Well, Nihal is hoping to leave one of his knights in Ding Liren's position, either on d6 or on g5. That's what he's currently contemplating.
Jeez.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. That was what I like to call the Robert Hess transition. I've watched enough Robert Hess commentary. He's good at taking the end of any sentence and tying it into the commentary. It's spectacular. It's a skill.
Yep.
Where is Robert?
No, you're totally right.
I don't know why I'm looking.
You're totally right.
Where
is Robert? That's a good question. I don't actually know. I don't actually know.
Listen, I enjoy commentary, but I would prefer being in bed right now and watching you and Robert commentate. You know what I'm saying? So somebody gotta call up Robert and see where he's at. Queen h5, by the way. Mate is almost threatened. Look at this defense from Ding Liren.
Oh, look at those bishops defending f7. Now knight takes h7 almost works. I mean, the queen sack almost works, but the king has the h8 square in the end. Wait, is there knight f6 check immediately? Is that worth exploring? Or maybe just knight d6, honestly.
Well, I play gf. What do you want? Bishop h7.
That I have not quite determined. Yeah, no, it doesn't work.
That's okay. That's okay. You have higher rated player bonus, so you just can sacrifice pieces.
And okay, it didn't work out, but all right, at least I tried. I think knight d6. Knight d6 might be the only viable move here. Nihal, move. 24 seconds.
Maybe Nihal still feels guilty for the flagged game. Maybe he's okay losing 2 in a row.
I mean, jeez. And that is a scary move.
f6 bishop h7 and white wins. So very careful.
Checkmate on f7. And bishop takes d6. You again play bishop takes h7. And again, white wins.
So, okay, bishop g5, hg, right?
So he had to eliminate that knight. I think hg, yeah. Okay, clamp down on black's position.
This
But he
is so
plays queen
bogus.
takes.
This position.
And Ding just grabs the pawn on b2. Savage. How is Nihal going to handle this with 6 seconds?
Knight and f8, never mate. It's just never happening.
It's a
Queen on
beautiful
G4
defender,
for the score.
honestly.
Or something that James Canty would say.
Queen b6, we in the mix. He just keeps taking
Queen
pawns.
a3, Queen a3.
Uh-oh.
That pawn's free.
Bishop h4. Nihal trying to drive his bishop into f6.
Yes, he is. But then is there... I don't know what there is, actually. That looks very scary.
An exchange sacrifice, followed by bishop c6. Ding bringing his pieces out in return.
2 seconds, 2 seconds.
Watch out for rook takes c6 if the knight moves out from f8.
Yeah, Nihal will play that. Yes, he will do that.
Probably not enough even there.
Whoa,
Whoa.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Free
Ding.
pawn?
Oh, he wants that pawn. He wants the d6 pawn. No, but now Ding is much better. He's got 1,000 pawns for the exchange.
Yeah, but the problem is his opponent is Nihal, and he's capable of just playing bishop e5, bishop a1, and somehow winning.
No, and already it's starting to look a little more complicated. And the problem is you would love to play queen e7, queen g5, but you can't because of bishop takes d5 and rook takes d5. So actually maybe queen d8 and queen g5 should be considered.
Oh, that is bishop h4, though.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Knight, queen takes
g7.
He mouse slipped. He mouse slipped. Queen takes d1, now wins. Oh, man, what a crazy moment. Queen takes g7, and white was already fine.
So is Ding going to throw the game now?
Yeah, they're just going to keep going back and forth and resign.
Oh my gosh, queen. So just in case anybody was confused, queen takes g7 was called a desperado. You were going to lose your queen anyway, so you sacrifice the queen for a pawn, you weaken the structure, you win the queen back. Okay, this is ridiculous. So Nihal loses a game on purpose because he feels bad for Ding's internet connection. Ding now wins a game because of a mouse slip. So,
but I would argue, Levy, that even after queen takes g7, the position remained very double-edged, and probably black would have the practical edge given white's clock. And Nihal is just frustrated. That was one he wants back.
I agree with you, and I mean, the chess gods are just really, they are messing with these two. You know what I mean? It's like story of Job, story of Nihal and Ding. You know, is that the way that good intentions are rewarded? The chess gods are punishing Nihal. They're like, you messing with you messing with the results of these matchups, and you mouse slip their queen g6. I mean, we've seen so much uncharacteristic stuff from Nihal. We saw him lose on time and mouse slip. I feel like we don't ever see any of these things.
I literally was opening my mouth to say the exact same thing. Like, we are so used, and we're used to seeing this from other players, but with Nihal, when he gets into time pressure, we expect like perfection, which I would totally admit is an unrealistic expectation. He is human, but we often forget that when he just wins again and again in complicated positions with just a couple seconds left on his clock. But maybe nerves poking their ugly head in this particular match.
The Smarter Chess prediction states that this game will end in a draw. Now, because it's 4.5 after the 5+1. But listen, as a seasoned veteran of watching the Back to the Future series, I know that any action can potentially, affect many things down the line. So did Smarter Chess anticipate a disconnect, a thrown game, and then a mouse slip of a queen? I don't know. So I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe it'll be 5-4.
I wouldn't put it past Smarter Chess to anticipate even that. He's defied all expectations, broken all odds. And this has just been, I can't believe it's just 4-4. You look at that score, you're like, oh, they probably have made a couple of draws. It's been a very positional match. Little would you know what we just witnessed in the last couple of games.
Yeah, wild stuff. And another very aggressive opening here. White indicating very hostile declarations at the black position with the move f4 as 3 pieces are asleep on the queen side. And as always, Stockfish sits there and laughs at us and says it's equal.
So, couple of clarifications. C takes d4. There's queen takes c8. Not technically checkmate, but white wins material. And if black just nonchalantly plays, well, first of all, knight d7, f5 actually traps the bishop. And if you play knight to c6 here, maybe that is the move. But you have to watch out for d takes c5 there and f5. Bishop h7 check in certain positions, followed by f5, can be a problem as well. I guess we're about to find out. Knight c6 is on the board.
Wow, just not afraid of anything. I mean, f5, yeah, just...
I mean, DC looks like a risk-free option that maybe gives white a small advantage in the endgame.
I just want to play f5, f6. I'm really sad it doesn't work. Just, you're not fast enough. Just f5,
because of knight
f6,
takes c5, queen takes c5?
Yeah, you don't actually get in to do anything on g7. You just take on g7 and nothing happens. Maybe queen f2 here by white is a good idea. Queen
keep the tension.
d2 then cd. I don't know.
Hey, I mean, what I like about DC is that it's very risk free. You really don't want to lose the last game of the segment, and it is up Ding's alley. Okay, so BC, queen c5. You trade everything. Black takes on e5. I don't know how to evaluate that resulting endgame. White is a pawn up, but he's got these weaknesses on the e file. Wow, queen e7. What a cold move right there.
Yeah, these guys are like the kings of making these cold moves that I look at and I go, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. I didn't anticipate that, you know? I didn't think about that."
I didn't either. CB, now there's knight takes c5. So, and if knight c6 after rook c6, the pawn on c5 is pinned. So maybe you take and go b4, and you get into this tug of war over the c5 pawn. Who wins the tug of war is the question.
I'm not sure.
Probably black. BC and rook a8.
I also really want to play bishop a6. But
knight
unfortunately
b4.
there is the violent counter shot knight b4. Yeah, brutal.
So
brutal
the line that I'm chewing on, by the way, just I can show this quickly on the analysis board. Knight c6, rook c6, b4, bc, bc, rook a to c8. And I think black is totally fine here. You're losing c5, and you've got this long-term weakness on e3 that counterbalances the, relatively weak isolated pawn on d5. So maybe there's a move here. Maybe you throw in bishop b5. This might be actually a way to test black. Because now, if you repeat the line, there's c6. And here black is in trouble. What do you make of that?
I feel like we've gone so far off the deep end here. I mean, I confirm your findings, but whether or not this actually occurs is another issue entirely. But yes, the weak e3 pawn will be counterbalanced by the fact that the c pawn could make it to c6. Yes, there is an option.
I think it's not entirely unlikely that we get that exact line, because what else is white going to do if not knight takes c6? Maybe drop the knight back to f3, but again, there's knight to b4. I don't see an alternative here for Ding.
He doesn't seem too convinced either. He's going down to a minute. I think he just needs to keep his... Yep, there it is.
Now he's going for it. Bishop b5. Come on, Ding. You want to play
b5.
it.
I think he will play.
Bishop b5. And then rook to b6 is also possible. Queen takes pawn, you trade, you double on the b file, you try to win the pawn back. But all of that is hard to evaluate. Yeah, so probably the last game of the 5-minute portion, by the way.
Yes, for sure. There's no way that we're going to get another game off unless they just agree to a draw for some reason. But it'll likely be the last game, and I just somehow doubt it's going to end in a draw. No,
it looks like there's enough kindling for the fire here.
Yeah, these guys play like they don't like each other, which is great. It makes for very entertaining, content.
Well, Ding, as placid as he is, and he's one of the classiest guys in chess, but he definitely hasn't forgotten their CGC match. He wanted to go to Toronto. I mean, you don't lose a match like that and then just kind of shrug your shoulders and say, okay, whatever. He has an opportunity for revenge, and he's played inspired, put together chess. So, and Nihal always does that. So Rook B6 versus Rook C7.
Yep.
Which is he going to play? But because, okay, Rook B6 played and Queen takes F5 in game, yeah. A4.
All right, Bishop.
A6. F5. Whoa!
Here we go.
A, B, A5. Intermezzo.
Wow.
Protected passer. Move. And White's the only one with winning chances there. Nihal drops his bishop back. Okay. Bishop B7. Is Black holding this comfortably?
I think he might be, yeah. I think he might be. He's going to trade the bishops, and Rook endgames are drawn even with a 1-point disadvantage.
Yep. Okay. Ding trying to figure out a way to keep his pawns intact. Maybe A5 and Rook F to D1 in response to Rook B5. He goes Rook to A5. Hunting for the A pawn. Huh.
And then I guess he's going to win the pawn on E3. And then go for the pawn on G2 and H2. That clearly seems to be the idea.
So which move are you proposing? Rook C7. He goes for activity. He says, I don't need the A pawn.
I don't need the A pawn. I don't even need the E pawn. I was thinking Rook E7. Wow, H3. He's going to make a run for it with his king.
And H5 in order to be able to play H4 later and cover the king's escape path. Interesting move. Here's another time scramble. Watch the internet if you're Ding.
Yeah, Ding is a madman. I mean, runs
F6.
The risk of losing on time again. Yeah, F6 played.
We're going to get a bunch of captures here, or not. Okay. So maybe King H7, G5, and King G6.
White is 2 pawns up, but Black has one final idea, which is paralyze the White position with something like H4 or Rook F2. Mm-hmm. But now King G3 maybe. Oh boy.
The thing is, White's probably going to lose that A pawn. Rook F5.
Yep. 4 on 3 is a draw.
Draw. Oh, 2 seconds for Ding. Rook G5 check. Is Black out? Like playing for a win?
Oh, Nihal is not going to play for a flag. He's going to try to, but
Oh, look at this repetition.
Yeah, this is hilarious.
This is nutty. This is one of the craziest, ring around the rosies I've ever seen. It's in a draw.
That's amazing. Wow. That literally was ring around the rosy. That was hilarious. And that will be the final game of the segment. And 4.5 after 9 games of action. And Smarter Chess predicted it. Wow. A peaceful resolution, Danya, to the 5+1.
Incredible. I cannot believe Smarter Chess predicted the score to a T. It's 4.5. What a topsy-turvy affair. At the same time, the moment after Ding lost his internet, neither player has led by more than 1 point. I mean, it has just been neck and neck. And we've had games all over the map, Levy, in terms of their characteristics. We've had some positional affairs, some crazy tactical battles. Everybody, is satisfied by that segment, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. I think everybody that's tuned in to watch this show is satisfied with everything, and you can't ask for a better start. This is the closest match on paper that we've ever had in the Speed Chess Championship, and it's shaping out to be a crazy one. So Epic start and finish here to the 5+1 segment, Donnie. I can't wait for the faster version of the Blitz.
I can't either, and we will have a short break. But before we go to that break, a reminder that the second annual Chess Kid All-Star Finals is coming your way December 17th. The world's top juniors who won the Chess Kid monthly championships in 2022 will be competing for the title of Chess Kid of the Year. They can also win fun prizes like lessons with GMs and merch from our store. Chess Kid's own Fun Master Mike will hold down the 6 rounds of the match on Chess TV and the Chess Kid Twitch channel. Tune in on December 17th at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern Time for the second annual Chess Kid All-Star Finals. Well, stay tuned to this match because we will have an even more epic 60 minutes of 3+1 here at the Speed Chess Championship round of 16. The match between Nihal and Ding returns on the other side of this short break.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
When Damon first approached me with the idea of teaching children to play chess, I thought, you
A storm is brewing.
Dimitri on Drake is a wizard.
Within the tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it. Oh, he allowed a draw.
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One
And
second.
1 second.
Move.
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
This is insane. Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
7 mate. You wanted
Can't stop me! Oh my god, it didn't happen! The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just
Oh,
gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
And we welcome you back to the Speed Chess Championship. It's the round of 16. It's been a pleasure commentating this fascinating match for you today. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky alongside International Master Levy Rosman. Levy Rosman, it's an early start, but we've gotten caffeine we needed from the 5-minute segment of this match.
Yeah, we did the caffeine equivalent. I want you to refer to me forever as just my full name.
I am Levy Rosman.
No, not even I am. Just Levy Rosman. A friendly reminder of the scores. It's deadlocked, which is a good thing because we have 2 more sections of action: 3+1, 1+1, and Smarter Chess is right. They are all squared after 5+1. So to break that tie, Danya, we're gonna speed them up a little bit, shave off 2 minutes of clock time. Who do you think that benefits?
Well, my default answer, of course, is Nihal. He's the more experienced blitz player. He is the better time scrambler. So again, and I've said this for a lot of these matches, he wants this to be tied going into the bullet. I think he would not mind for this match to be decided by 30 minutes of bullet. At the same time, I think Ding has revealed the capacity to play quickly. There were some games when Ding was up to 2.5 minutes, and we saw a little bit of slippage, Levy Rosman, from Nihal Sarin in time pressure. And you pointed out how uncharacteristic that is. That could be a very encouraging sign for Ding.
Yeah, listen, there's only so many times Nihal is going to throw games out of sportsmanship. If Ding's internet gives out a second or a third time, I'm not sure Nihal is going to continue to give away points. I mean, it's sort of unfortunate, but that's really how it goes. And I'm hoping we don't get to that situation. Nihal is really being tested by the by the ethics gods, you know? Like, I don't think any man needs such trials and tribulations. I just hope that Ding's internet kind of stays up, stays strong, and I believe we'll have a first move very shortly.
We will indeed. I'm trying to remember who had the white pieces in the last game. I think Ding had the white pieces. So Nihal will be white. What is he going to bring to the table, Levy? Are we going to see e4? Is he going to go back to a London system, which I think is more likely given the reduced time control?
I don't know. Could play in English. I don't think he plays Englishes at all. I feel like it might be a London, just get started nice and stable. And
yeah, it's weird. Nihal doesn't really play knight f3 move 1. He doesn't play systems where he fianchettos the kingside bishop, I guess.
Huh. Wow.
Here we go.
Yeah. Not even predicting his openings, predicting his playing style. E4 on the board. King's Gambit? Ow.
Rui Lopez, Italian. No Italian, a Scotch. We get something new. Mainline Scotch.
The sneaky knight d2 thing. Yes.
Yeah, that's been so popular, hasn't it? And this is a pawn sacrifice line, which both players are clearly familiar with.
Well, there's a chance that Ding might even be preparing this at like Tata Steel and World Championship level.
Yeah, that's one of the dangerous things about playing a World Championship Challenger. You never know when he's just going to uncork some World Championship preparation. Oh, sorry, I prepared this for Nepo.
No. It's a very fascinating dilemma for some of these top players to have. Like, do I use my prep against this guy in, Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz? Do I use it in Vaikanze, where do I use it? I really like this position for white, but the bar doesn't think that there's ain't much in this position for white.
I like the idea of this position. Like, on paper, you've got the queen on h5. You've got compensation on paper, but in reality, black's got the open b file, and that can be used as a major attacking asset. I would even consider rook b8 in this position. The knight can jump into e4, so the wheels can come off the position super, super quickly. Nihal has to be very precise here if he wants to prove the compensation.
Exactly right. And by the way, if he loses this game, it's going to be his first time trailing in the match since 1-0, right? It's been a while. Knight a4.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hitting b2. A sensible move.
Knight a4.
But what about rook d4? What is he planning on rook d4?
We will never know because the bishop has now blocked the rook.
That'll forever remain behind the scenes. And Nihal, he says, I don't mind a queen trade.
That is so fascinating.
Well, I do.
So,
but he didn't ask me.
So if the queens come off, he's basically just saying that, yes, black is up a pawn, but structurally speaking, he has some stupid stuff going on here, and he doesn't have enough compensation. I thought bishop e7 was blundered for a second, but okay.
Okay, but knight takes d3. You know, you could still play bishop e7 if you really wanted to draw. You could make it with bishop e7. I actually think he does kind of want to draw at this point. Okay, similar idea. Just go into the opposite colored bishop endgame and claim that your increased piece activity gives white full comp for the pawn, which I think at this point it does.
Yeah, the doubled c pawns and the d5 pawn don't leave such a strong impression, but it still begs the question of why play this opening, right? I mean, black has to be precise for 5 or 6 moves, and Ding sort of did it effortlessly. But maybe maybe there's more to this position than meets the eye. That could just straight up be the case.
I think at this point there's a little bit more than meets the eye. So bishop e7 was possible. Wow. He decides, as Nihal, to preserve his light square and allow knight e4. So he really wants to keep that bishop pair alive. I like that decision.
F3. That dark squared bishop is a beast. Bishop g1 maybe. All pieces on the first rank now.
The knight is also a beast, by the way. It's just sort of sitting in the center and controlling all of the key squares. a5, a4. Obligatory moves.
Yeah. Fixing the pawn, though, could be a weakness in the long run. Knight b7. Repetition, right? I was thinking repetition. Knight d6, bishop c5.
If you think about it, actually, the rooks disappear from the board. White has this idea of putting the bishop on the e1, a5 diagonal, and the knight is not a reliable defender of a corner pawn weakness.
You're absolutely right. I mean, the knight on b7 does not impress me. Bishop a6?
Do you try to get his money's worth from that knight?
I was going to say, do you play bishop a6 or bishop b5 and then bishop a6 or bishop c6?
Bishop c6, but he does allow the move d4. Also, rook d6 is possible, but then he would take on b7, take on c5, and white's basically playing a risk-free position where he's slightly better. Isn't he? Yes, yes.
So, bishop b7, bishop c5, there's rook c.
Oh, rook c6 and rook takes b3.
Yes, yes, exactly.
And Nihal might have missed that. He doubles back to b5. I think given Ding's clock, Nihal wants to keep all the pieces on the board for as long as possible.
This is kind of problematic. Yeah, what about rook e5 and bishop e1? Hold the black position. Just don't let him move.
Rook e2, bishop e1, very subtle move. But no, if you're moving the rook, you move it to e5. That's just like a law.
Might as well sacrifice on d5 also. Okay.
g4. Grabbing kingside space.
Now rook e5.
Now rook e5 looks even better because you're making contact with the c5 pawn, trying to immobilize the knight. Knight d6 is still possible, but Ding could end up losing his entire queen side there.
He will. He's going to lose c5, c7, and d4, and probably a5. Rook
A rook
E6 is
E6,
not
bishop
possible. Wow.
C4. I guess black has rook A E8 in the end, and the trade favors black.
Yeah.
So back to E2.
Very close.
And then double on the E file or something like that.
That seems logical. Logical. And then H3, F4, something
Logical.
C. Yeah, I don't know.
20 seconds
though.
for
Oh, I
Nihal.
love-
Here we go with this again.
I know. I'm
Okay.
so stressed.
So a problem for Ding, Levy, is that if the bishop moves from E6, which it just did, rook E7 looks really dangerous for black.
Yes, it does.
But maybe I'm exaggerating.
Maybe
10
you're not.
seconds. He
Rook's-
takes
okay.
C7. He wants to double on the 7th.
Maybe rook A7 now is important to stop A4 stuff.
It's just that black has rook B7. Whoa! C4. You can't take on Pisan. That's a fork.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
that's a tilter. Oh, wait.
Maybe
Ding's
rook
eyes are like
B7.
darting across. Yeah, rook B7. He has rook B7.
He
Rook
found
oh
a
my
way to
gosh.
keep his bishop alive, and now B3 falls. And
Yeah,
white's
but
worse.
Probably were. I thought he could have. I'm very perplexed why no one's taking the pawn that I want them to take.
This is now very likely to end in a draw, but rook C3 takes C4, and black can push this for a while.
Yeah, rook D4. Never too late to hang a fork.
Oh, rook E4 and rook E2 almost won a second pawn, but white had rook E3. Now it should be a
Yes, it's not easy.
pretty
Not easy.
comfortable draw. Rook H6. He wins the pawn. Or no, not yet. Not yet.
Never mind. But
H4.
it's impossible to get white's rook off of H6, so this will just be a draw.
Just don't go rook F6 because the color, the corner pawn is the wrong color if you're white. And draw. We have draw. Okay. Kind of a good, solid working man's game right there. The score is 5-5.
You enjoying the match? How are you feeling?
I am very much enjoying the match. I think I'm enjoying the variety of openings that we're getting, the variety of different types of positions. And speaking of variety, Queen B6, Levy, this is a super fashionable line of the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yeah, but not B3.
And it leads to crazy positions. Yeah, B3 I haven't seen. Knight D5 is pretty automatic there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, B3 is like some sort of new idea. By the way, Queen D4 is a free pawn. I mean, I don't know what is happening.
Yeah, Queen D4, Knight GE2, I guess is the idea.
Or Knight F3.
And you're probably right. Knight F3 looks better. He takes the other pawn. So just Knight F3, or you take back on C4. What's going on? I feel like there's so many hanging pawns here, and none of them are being captured.
Yeah, Nihal's just like, I'm not going to take your pawn. Nope.
But okay, bishop A6. I mean, he's got the outside passer on A5. I kind of like black's position here, I'll be honest. What do you think?
I agree. I like the passed A pawn. I think there's good long-term prospects on the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
Knight A4 is a nice way to blockade it, though. I don't know.
Yeah, on the other hand, there's always, on the other hand, white's just got a lot of piece activity. Bishop takes B4 and Knight C5 can leave black's pieces hanging. And, of course, there's eventually the possibility of going D5, especially if black fails to complete his queenside development in timely fashion.
Completing your queenside development here looks very challenging. I mean, if Ding Liren actually, poses you some very concrete issues, but like Knight C5 or something. No, but Knight C5.
Yeah, or Bishop takes B4 first.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I mean, even Knight D2. Oh my God, there's this really cool line actually. So I was thinking if we could pull up an analysis board, Knight D2, Bishop takes C4, and Rook B1 was my idea. But black has the ridiculous move, Bishop to B3. And
Ah,
if you take with the queen, you drop the knight. If you take with either of the other two pieces, then you sever the connection between the queen and the knight. You lose your knight on a4. Anyways, irrelevant, but interesting.
well, missable.
Back,
I mean, definitely missable.
definitely missable. Back to the live position. Yeah, he's taking his time in this position. Maybe 95.
As one should. 95 is very interesting. Yeah, he kind of doesn't want to take on a6, right? Like but if you back up here with white, like bishop b3, black just gets some. I mean, is it really so natural development? Like knight c6, d5, and isn't black almost lost? Oh my god.
No,
bishop
I agree.
a2.
I think you should play knight. I think you should play knight d7 to cover. I mean, if knight c5 is a pretty devastating knight jump here, so I would go knight d7 with black and move the queen back to d6 if necessary. And it is going to be necessary if white goes rook b1.
Rook b1, yeah. Oh my. It's
Vinless
insane the queen is
penguin.
not trapped. No, but then rook e3, right? Oh, the bishop is
King
hanging.
takes a2. Yeah, even
Yeah,
the
but-
line still continues. Rook b2 and rook c3. But black is
and
queen
then
f1.
and then queen
the end.
f1. There's queen f1 at the end.
And white's slightly better in the end game.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. Chat, don't worry about it. You guys just keep doing your thing. You guys are great.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't worry about it. We're just two slightly under caffeinated bozos trying to move other people's pieces. That's what's going on here. I like White's position a lot, though.
Coffee.
I like White's position a lot.
But this has been phenomenal prep by Ding. The decision to go b3, I think, a very wise move in a blitz. But look at his clock.
Yeah.
He's down a minute.
Bishop b3.
Right on d5. And I think Nihal might be spinning his way out of the most difficult part of the game. Or do you think White still has a strong initiative? Bishop c2.
I think White does, but White's got too low time, and I think this is like vintage Nihal stuff right here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think I mean, even by the way, even if the clocks were reversed, if he had 29 seconds with Black versus 1 minute with White, he's just so good at defending this chaotic nonsense. And
the thing is,
not even bailing out. Yep. What's up?
No, it's just I'm having a hard time figuring out a move for Black, because if you move your queen back, then White drops the bishop back to c2, and if White can get rid of Black's light squared bishop, White's got this c6 square for his bishop. The knights are not very good when they've got 0 anchor points in the center, and in the blink of an eye, Nihal is now down on the clock. This is a big chance for Ding, I think, to strike in this game. Let's see if he can capitalize.
See.
Okay, it's on the board. Oh, knight c3, and maybe now bishop c2. No, he goes knight e4.
There
Keeps
it is.
chasing the queen around. Just push d6. Just shove that, but d6, open up the bishop.
No, this is amazing stuff. I mean, the pawn is just being used as a barrier from the queen side to the king side. Look at Nihal. Nihal just kind of went like, how do I have nothing here?
Oh! And knight c5, another dagger. And now Black has 3 seconds. The pawn's going to be on d7 in the blink of an eye.
D7.
And there it is. Oh, where's the win?
Just
Knight e5. Oh, just relentless. Relentless.
Knight f7 now. Knight f7.
Oh, just take it. Take on
the
d8
rook.
and finish it off.
96. 96 is
96. 96. Oh.
Ding.
Okay, but
Ding. D3.
Oh, g3, such a clinical move.
And there we go. Ding
G3
takes the lead.
is sexy. That just forces the queen off the bishop. I'm just so impressed with how he has handled himself in time pressure, all things considered.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely, all things considered. It was a very stressful match. 6-5, lead change. Last time Ding led, it was 1-0. And we just do not go above a 1-game margin, except for when Ding Liren. Oh, and we have our Marshall. So this is Ding Liren's bread and butter.
It really is. And this is a chance for Ding to break the cycle. If he wins this game, It is not fun to be facing a 2-point deficit, only for the first time, like over 90 minutes into the match. So let's see if Nihal plays with an abundance of caution here. In an interesting position. He hasn't accepted the pawn sack.
No, he has not. Which in the Marshall can lead to a lot of fun for Black. Now it's just a normal game.
It's a normal game, and it's hard to say if the pawn on d4 is a strength or a weakness. Black has a space advantage, but in such cases, you also sometimes bite off more than you can chew.
And the pawn is not a hindrance to the white position at all. White will play knight f3, bishop f4, and just sort of move around the pawn. It's just not really restricting anything. But
knight e5 also possible.
Yep. Rook e5.
I think bishop f4 or bishop g. Maybe bishop g5. There's a case to be made for that move to put some pressure on the knight. It just feels like the position's very equal.
E4, E5. Spanish, 20 moves of prep, equal game. Welcome to chess. Welcome to chess, yes. I'm not sure there's an activity that's more disconnected between the elite and the newbies. I mean, it's like completely different universes. These
like within E4, E5.
Not just anything. I mean, any activity. Like, at least, in tennis, if a new player watches an experienced player, you're like, oh, I see what he's doing. I just can't do it. I'm not fast enough, but I kind of see his footwork. In chess, it's like, I don't know what they're doing, but I like the commentary, so I'm just here having a good time. It's so far apart in, what you're actually supposed to do at a lower level and a high level. These guys just busting out 20 moves of Marshall theory. And this is a Marshall, but not accepted, right? It's like he went into the Marshall, but he just didn't take the pawn. Is that what this is?
Yeah, almost one could say a declined Marshall.
Yeah, he didn't play an anti-Marshall.
By the by, I feel like he's misplaying this, is Nihal. Knight f6 to d5 kind of leaves the g4 knight in the dust, and it actually threatens the move h5, trapping the knight. So it seems to me that after knight d5, or maybe even knight f6 to d7 in order to keep the diagonal unobstructed, I feel like Ding is just so comfortable in these types of positions. He knows every idea. And knight d5 is on the board.
Yeah, and I think Nihal's grabbing at his own face indicated that a mosquito did not bite him, but I think rather indicated that he realized that the knight on g4 is just sort of standing there. And
it's a terrible piece.
Well, you said it, not me. All right, don't judge it. All right, it's doing its best. And
it is.
It legitimate. I don't even know what Nihal is going to do here. Like, can he just start going crazy? A takes b5, rook takes a8, something like that?
Yeah, I would trade everything on a8, and then I would try to find some way to meet h5, maybe with a sacrifice on h6, and then follow that up with queen h5. But that is very hard to engineer, and he's trying to engineer something like this. He's down to 36 seconds again, and I don't think he's surviving this with 5 seconds for the rest of the game. 25 seconds now. He doesn't see a move. And he does. Oh, he does go knight h6.
Wow.
Oh, he wants queen g4, and I think he wants this move queen to f5 to try to pry the knight away from d5 so you have a check on f6. A incredible idea.
Wait, but there's c4 there.
Oh, there is c4. So does he want bishop takes h6 simply after gh?
Yeah,
we're about to find out.
I think so. And queen g4, right?
It takes a little bit more time here to figure it out. He doesn't have a lot of it left. I think bishop takes h6. You just go for the 2 pieces for the rook. I don't see another move.
Yep, bishop h6. And apparently,
Evelbar disagreed.
The wrong move, by the way.
Yeah, maybe just because of king h8 and black's minor pieces are massively powerful.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Just king h8.
Oh my gosh. There is a gorgeous tactic here. Gorgeous. And I'll show it after the
93?
game.
Was it like 93?
It was 93 and bishop h2. Yeah.
Oh,
ridiculous.
Yeah, well. And like bishop takes
Absolutely
g2, and
ridiculous.
this is a crazy, crazy game. Wow.
Now it's a 3-result game, Levy. I mean, you could lose control of this with black easily.
Oh, I would have lost control of this a long time ago.
I think rook d8 was the move. Oh! Queen g5? No, then knight takes h3, but queen f5 is incredibly strong.
Yeah, Ding might lose.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no! Oh my.
Queen f6 is just a massive mate threat. And you can't defend against it easily. Oh my gosh. No, his position's falling apart suddenly.
Wow.
You just might have forgotten the queen f6. If you move the queen back to d8, you drop the knight on f4, and you're just a pawn down with a ruined kingside.
How does he do this
Ding
with
is gonna
3
lose.
seconds on the clock?
It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. And Ding is now running out of time. f6, rook takes
shocking.
a8, and rook e8.
Yep.
No! He should
Oh!
have taken with a pawn! He should have taken with a pawn! Oh my
Oh my
god.
gosh,
He
he's
would have saved the tempo.
So is it bishop
What's the
h2 now?
move, though?
What is the win?
I think it's bishop h2 and then bishop takes g2, and you drive the king out to the e file and trade queens maybe with queen e5.
Queen e5. Oh no. Or that?
Rook e8. Rook e8. No! Queen e5! No, there's no move. He's going to flag. He
Whoa,
blows
he's
the
on the bishop!
Oh my god. What did we just see? Oh my god. The move. Oh, I think the move might have been bishop g7 check.
Oh, stop.
Get this out of here. Okay, I have to pull that game up. I'm sorry. Just really
Wow.
quickly, if I may. The move in the final position for white was, no, it was rook to a6. That was the only way to keep the tension. But in this position, when Nihal took on h3 with the queen, Levy, the move was just king to f1. If you can believe that.
Actually, I
And
was
white
going to
is totally
suggest this
winning.
move just because, like sometimes when they sacrifice a piece and you just say, no, I'm not going to touch it.
Yeah,
and actually,
exactly.
you're winning here because the only check is bishop g2. Wow. Crazy.
And here, it's just overwhelming. I mean, everything hangs. f7 hangs, the rook hangs, and black can resign. But Nihal ends up taking with the queen. That gives black the tempo he needs to orchestrate counterplay. Incredible topsy-turvy affair. But at the end of it, Ding is up 2 points for the first time in this match. Okay, back we go to the next game.
Nihal has not won a game since Ding flagged because of his internet.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nihal gave him the next game. And then he lost the next game. And then they made 2 draws. And now he's lost the next 2 games. So he hasn't won a game in like an hour ever since giving Ding a game back. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, quietly, imperceptibly, Ding has been dominating this match. And he's been dictating matters on the board. He's been getting the kinds of openings he wants very consistently. I think that's something that's important to pay attention to. He's getting really nice positions with both colors, and he's forcing Nihal to keep making changes in the opening. And even here, I think Ding has just a solid positional advantage, and it's only, move 13. We have a BOGO Indian.
Yep. And honestly, what this just means, big picture, is that you should just never be nice to anybody, right? Just
Yeah.
Take everything for yourself. Always put yourself first, and never pick anybody up, kind of a thing. Because look how the world rewards you.
I'm going to be brutally honest. In an SCC match, I would not have had the class to do what Nihal did. I would have been way too tempted by, the juicy morsel offered me by my opponent.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
mean,
saying?
It's very easy. It's very easy to look at it both ways. I mean, in many ways, Nihal was very fine, I think, giving it up because he was already up 1. He kind of thought, it's like, it's still a 1-game match. But he hasn't won a game since then. And I'm not even,
No, he is
I'm
not.
not even sure I'm not sure he's even played like up to his standards. So tough. It's tough, but the biggest gap in this match is right now because the other one doesn't count. The other time this match was 2 games apart, it was 4-2, and that was a fake 4-2. It was 4-3, 3 moves later. So
this is a huge game, an absolutely huge game. And I actually like the way Nihal has handled the last couple of moves. He's covered all of the critical squares on the C file, and he's got a lot of ways to improve his position. I would start with bishop b7 to a6. Get the bishop on a slightly more active square. Double rooks on e8, and at that point, you're already having to think about exchange sacrifices on e3, which could be pretty devastating. In fact, rook a8 actually just flat out threatens rook takes e3.
rook e3, and I mean that's just it's gonna be checkmate soon.
But okay, position is complicated, of course. But do you start with bishop a6? Okay. He does. Wait, is white just flat out in trouble here?
I think so.
Queen d2, knight e4. I just realized. Oh my god, you have to go queen b3. You have to.
I don't know if I would. Oh yeah, because rook e3, right? Wow.
But then black can play a4 and deflect the queen and then take on e3. Black might be winning here. And apparently there's like a computerish defense. But I don't know if Ding is going to find this with 40 seconds left.
Wait.
No, queen takes c6. He's down in exchange.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Wait, what was
He's just
the
dead in the
defense?
water now. The defense, I can rewind a little bit, was queen b3, a4. We can bring up an analysis board here as Nihal's going to try to convert this extra exchange. Rook takes e3, and now only move. Queen a4 to c6. And the point is that after the queen trade, the obvious point, who will ever miss this? The knight hangs, the rook hangs, and the e6 square is protected by the white bishop. So you don't have rook e6.
I think Ding is just out of form. I think he definitely should have seen this. It's kind of a tragedy that he wasn't able to find queen b3, queen a4, queen c6, and not capturing on e3. Yeah, very bad stuff here from the players.
He has no business. He has no business challenging the world championship title, really, on the basis of that miss alone.
Yeah, that's despicable. I mean, I think probably 1 in 3 spectators watching this stream right now would have seen that. So honestly, the players have no excuses.
There will be a halftime break after this game, folks, as we hit the 30-minute mark. 30 minutes left in the 3+1 segment, and then half an hour of bullet. You do not want to miss the rest of this match. I think it's going to be topsy-turvy all the way through. But can Nihal nail the final nail in the coffin here, Levy? He needs a couple more accurate moves, and he needs to find a way to create a passed pawn on the queen side. That will do it. That will do it.
Yeah, b3,
but how?
a4, a3, and
be careful, right? You can start with b3. You can also go rook e to b7 on the next move.
Yeah, you don't want to hang d5, but you're also not really in a rush. And Ding only has 14 seconds. Wow, yeah.
And now a4. Just push. And now sack d5. You don't care about anything except the passer.
You can even take on d5 and just play a3. You can probably even sack the rook.
Yep.
What?
And
okay,
he just goes back to b8. He wants... Okay, he didn't want knight f6 discovery.
But bishop d5, bishop d5, a3. Wasn't that just winning?
Bishop takes b7, a2. Wow. That was very pretty. Yeah, but this is also handily winning.
Why is he waiting so long to take the knight? Fine.
Yeah, just get it off the board. But don't go a2. I wouldn't go a2 here because white can sack the knight, and white has, a couple more pawns left for the rook. Yeah, rook c7 is very accurate. Okay, trade, but okay, white has c-pawn, not over yet.
Yeah, but
now it's over.
Probably over. Yeah, just bring the king, king f6. Rook c8 also good. And there it is.
Big win for Nihal with the black pieces, essentially on demand, Levy. That was super impressive.
Super impressive is an understatement. I mean, just amazing stuff there.
He just doesn't die. He just doesn't die.
No, he doesn't.
He's like
amazing.
He's coming back, and it doesn't matter what color he has.
Just, I mean, just the second that we thought that Ding had a good spot in the match, 2-game lead, maybe building on 3, Nihal just strikes back immediately, and it's 7-6.
It is 7-6 indeed. It was a pivotal victory for Nihal, but Ding still holds a 1-point lead and still holds the momentum, one could argue, given the overall trend of the second half of this match. Well, we will have the second half of the 3-minute portion, ladies and gentlemen, coming your way very soon. So do not go anywhere. We'll give the players a chance to refill their coffees, their waters, take a couple of breathers, and we will be back on the other side of this break here at the Speed Chess Championship with more 3+1 action from Ding Liren versus Nihal Sarin. Stay tuned.
When Damon first approached me with the idea of teaching children to play chess, I thought, you want to do what? Oh, okay, whatever you want to do. I'm behind you, I support you, but how are you going to do that? And the more we talked about it, the more he laid out the plan. We tried some things, and 15 years later, we have a fabulous program.
I thought we had Ding Liren spacing back and forth. We were coming back to a full screen of Ding Liren as he's hyping himself up. I'm sure he's walking back and forth in his hotel room like Daniel Cormier before a fight, yelling, "Let's go, DL! Let's go, DL! Let's go!" You know, just hyping himself up. He just seems to be pacing back and forth, ruminating about what went wrong in that 13th game of action. Danya, this is everything we wanted from a match, isn't it?
He's ruminating in his hotel room. Yes, let's just forget I ever said that. This is everything we wanted. As we look at Ding's player card, I mean, he's just so consistently underestimated as a blitz player. And he defeated Alexander Grishuk, who himself is a former world blitz champion. His SCC match record is solid. And in 2021, he reached the semifinals. And let's not forget how close he was, Levy, to defeating Hikaru Nakamura. It literally came down to the last game. I had to call that match. It was one of the craziest SCC matches I've ever called, and I've called quite a few of them.
Yeah, I remember pausing what I was doing that day to watch the conclusion of the Ding Hikaru match. It was just spectacular action back and forth, and it doesn't get any better than this. It's amazing to see that Nihal Sarin is putting up such a monster fight against them as well, and again, I will reiterate it for people who are just joining, and even if you've been watching today's show, I believe this is the closest match we've ever had in the Speed Chess Championship on paper, because Smarter Chess cannot predict a draw. You cannot predict that a match will be drawn. So it literally comes down to one game, and thus far, it's playing out exactly the way it's supposed to.
It is indeed. I mentioned earlier that Nihal doesn't like to fianchetto his kingside bishop. He says, take that, commentator. He plays a double fianchetto setup. So sort of a King's Indian attack with the pawn on c4. Of course, in the traditional Kia, you normally push e2, e4. So another very kind of tame setup, which Levy, one would think kind of plays into Ding Liren's hands. He likes these types of solid positions a lot.
Yes. I agree. But we have our first weird, ready, Larson kind of a thing, and it's going to be a long positional game. This does suit Nihal's style a bit, and this kind of slows down the pace of the match. I agree.
Yeah, an interesting choice for sure. So the only thing I know, Levy, is that Black has this idea of bishop d6 and then just driving the e-pawn down the board. And that can be really unpleasant. So Nihal puts an end to that with knight e5.
Bishop back to f8. Ding loves these kind of odd retreating moves where he just holds on to the position.
Mm-hmm.
And he's very good at them.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation. And I think he's going to go knight f6 to d7. That's why he put his bishop specifically on f8 to protect g7. And maybe the knight can travel to b6, and then knight a4 is not that easy to stop, actually.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh my gosh. Knight b6. Mm-hmm. Queen b3. You can still play knight a4. He puts his queen on b6, though, so it's a moot point.
Yeah, it's very strange. He's not going knight b6, knight a4. Okay, I guess he has something else in mind. I like Nihal's position. I like his pressure. I like how the queen side pressures the king side and on the diagonal.
Would you go c5 here or keep the tension with the pawn on c4?
Try to probably keep the tension. I don't know, maybe b5 even. But yeah, c5 looks nice.
As does b5. Definitely has to be calculated. I always struggle to make progress in these kinds of positions. I feel like you just make all of the low-hanging fruit types of moves, and then it's like, when do you break through? Magnus just plays like h4 in a position like this, and magically has the breakthrough. Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Win h3.
And then baby version of the aggressive line that we were looking at.
Okay, b5, very aggressive, yeah, because no, knight c5. Okay.
Now we wait.
Knight c5 here, maybe. And who stands to benefit from this tension on the queen side?
I want to say moves and suggestions, but I also kind of want to pause and think about the position.
Yeah, no, same. I think we'll be forgiven for thinking.
Okay, he takes on c6. Yeah, he's gotten like nothing when he plays this kind of ultra solid type of chess. Ding is very good at like neutralizing this maneuvering kind of style games.
But same question to black that I asked of white. Okay, the knight is nice on c5, but how do you improve? He moves back to d7, so perhaps Ding doesn't have to do anything at all. He just kind of shuffles back and forth, waits for the perfect opportunity to maybe get all the heavy pieces off the board and just go for a draw.
I think that's what we're headed for. Yeah, kind of. I think Nihal really should stay away from these sort of knight f3, b3s. But he's sort of poking and prodding, and he's just seeing what he can get. And he's very, very sharp, even in the 20 and 30th move. He can apply pressure for a very long time. So, okay, he goes back to c2, and I thought there was DC, knight c4, knight d3, but I
knight
think
d3.
for some reason, rook d1,
I think
maybe.
rook d1. Yep, exactly right. That's an instructive line.
A little trap.
And I guess the zen of Nihal's play is to try to get Ding into time pressure, but Ding is not biting. He's keeping a solid advantage on the clock. And he's not being overly perfectionistic in these types of positions, which brings a lot of players down. You know, they just spend 30, 40 seconds when there are 3 or 4 alternatives that keep an equal position. Ding's not doing that, and he's handling this super well. Rook a8, and I think we're headed toward peace. Or maybe not.
A2, just kind of treading that line of equality.
Bishop g6, bishop f3, bishop h7, bishop g2. This is as equal as a position can get. What do you make of this?
I've just been
Are we going to see fireworks?
I don't know.
I'm going to hydrate.
Remember to
I'll let
hydrate.
you talk.
Very, very important. Everybody drink some water while we wait for... Wow, f6 is a very weakening move, but might be fine.
Yeah, f6. What is the motivation behind this move? Well, you're blunting the bishop on c3, and you can also drop the light squared bishop back to f7. Maybe he's actually provoking Nihal. Maybe he's trying to play Nihal's clock here. How about them apples? My boys,
one doesn't just play Nihal's clock, my brother. that's not how it works.
True.
Although today
Nihal plays his own clock.
Yeah, today Nihal flagged and also mouse lived, so anything is possible.
I feel like the position hasn't changed at all in the last 15 moves. The only thing that's changed, well, the heavy pieces are off the board. The clock, though, is now down to 13 seconds, but that is an eternity in a position that's this simple for Nihal.
Exactly, but it's so symmetrical. I mean, it's just so even. I mean, what do you do here?
Ding might be preparing e5. I think Ding's playing for a win at this point. Or, like, casually. He's not going to make any super risky moves, but I think he actually might go e5. And quite likely, actually, that he plays it here.
I agree. I mean, I do not disagree with you, but knight a5 is on the way.
Uh-oh, and queen a4, and you're starting to hit the c6 pawn, and things are heating up a little bit.
Yep.
Wait, cool. Queen takes c6? Oh, trade in dc. Draw.
Yeah.
CDC.
It was fun while it lasted. King h8, or king f7, king g1.
Wait, there was bishop takes e5, but okay, anyways. Yeah, bishop takes e5.
Whoa.
There was bishop e5 again, and he would have won a pawn. Unless I was missing something.
There might have been something there, but I don't know exactly what it was. Is Ding gonna play on?
Okay, Ding. No, this is a dead draw. I think a draw is forthcoming from Ding, and Nihal declines it. Maybe he didn't see it.
He might have not seen it.
Or maybe he wants to milk. Yeah, he wants to milk some time. I don't know about this. He might be worse.
Yeah, he's lucky he has this reroute to f2 and draw greed.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. No point in continuing. That was like fun for 3 moves. I thought it could get spicy when Ding played e5, but then they found a way to liquidate.
Yeah, that was sort of boring. But we're allowed a couple of boring games in an otherwise very fun match.
Oh, for sure. And again, this e3 bishop e2 line, who was playing it? Was it the match from yesterday in which we saw this line? There was an SCC match in which
No.
they kept repeating this setup with white. I don't remember who it was. Anyways, e4 in this position is actually the best move according to the engine. You're playing a King's Indian, a tempo down levy, but the logic is that the knight on d7 is an inferior version for black.
Yeah. There was a book written like 10 years ago by Axel Smith, and it was called E3 Poison. And it was just and it was just how to play these queen's pawn positions with e3 against everything. Every opening. Grunfeld, King's Indian, Slav. And yeah, in a lot of those positions, you would play an e3 King's Indian and then play e4 like 5 moves later, and it looks really stupid. But you actually move order black out of certain King's Indian defenses. It's very interesting.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, and the engine approves of it. Now, this position I've had with black, but a tempo down. Like, imagine white making 2 moves in a row here, and that really is a game changer. White would play bishop e3 and queen d2. Here, you potentially have the possibility of pushing d5, but I guess d5 there's some sort of tactics with knight takes c6. So no question in my mind that white is better objectively, but this is a good blitz system for black. Lots of tricks here.
Yeah, you can always double up. You can play like b3 and so on, and just slowly try to improve. And I like these positions. By the way, is there knight b5 stuff coming?
There always is. You always have to consider that move. I think if you play it here, black can take and go queen c6, and the worst is behind him. But definitely should be thought about on every move. Look at slowly improve position.
It sounded like you were using a voice changer. But
basically was.
Yeah, g4 might be on the way.
I think knight takes c6 is actually not out of the question. Get the bishop pair, but it does relinquish some of the pressure on the center. It allows the rook to move into e6, and it's a good defender. And there's b3.
If I could get this position with white, every game I ever got to play with white, I would only play white for the rest of my life. I mean, the position is just so good. And it seems like you have all the plans in the world, all the time in the world. And I mean, just so many creative ways to attack the black position and then lose.
It is, and you do, and I agree. But oftentimes that's what forces you to sink a lot of time. Whereas black can just go like bishop e6 to c8 and h7, h5. Black can make a lot of low stakes moves and keep the status quo. The argument being that the ball is in white's court. There's bishop c8.
Yep. Bishop back to c2.
Yeah, queen c7, e7, and back to c7.
Why not a3, b4? I don't understand. Is that just not...
Queen back to c7.
Repeat moves, maybe.
Maybe queen f2, queen h4.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, white needs to find a way forward. Queen f4, a little spicy. Knight h5, there's bishop takes d8, hitting the queen. So you might have to go back to e7 here. But then white can just drop the queen to h4 levy, and this isn't like an eternal pin. This is getting real nasty for black.
Yeah, but I feel like Nihal is like the right man to get out of this situation. You know what I mean? If there's going to be one man on earth.
Oh, for sure.
There's queen h4.
For sure. Maybe you can get away with some weird tactics like h6. I've seen this idea before. Bishop h6 and knight f takes e4.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Oh my god, that doesn't work. There's knight e4, knight c5, and knight c6. Wait, let me show this on the analysis board really quickly.
Duh. I mean,
knight takes e4. Takes knight takes e4. Now, if you take the knight, white takes the bishop, and white wins the piece. Takes knight c5, dc, and the winning move is knight takes c6 because you take on e7 with check.
What an incredible tact! Oh my gosh, it's like literally just a buzzsaw through the forest, just completely.
Yeah, exactly. Just put the meat grinder on. I think Nihal spent some time calculating it, and ultimately, for that reason, decides for knight cd7.
Jeez.
Maybe just f4. Like, let's go. Oh, he's preparing h6. Look at him go.
Yep. Bishop is now under attack.
Okay,
I think
Silva.
Nihal's about to make a comeback.
I'm already impressed with his ability to hold the position together, but all of this is taking 5-7 seconds off his clock. And again, I want to point out Ding's time management is excellent. He just keeps that time advantage because he knows that he can't let things get down to a flat out total time scramble. And I'm super impressed by that.
Yeah, I mean,
H3,
Nihal's
another one of those
ability,
moves.
but Nihal's ability to just guard things without overcommitting, and I mean, all right, there we go. Here comes Ding.
Here we
right?
go. F5, F6 is a massive positional threat. And he might play F5 anyway. But then Black goes G5 and gets this big E5 outpost for either the bishop or the knight.
It's my idea from the other day. I even want to go G5 now. It's probably losing, but
oh yeah, I remember that. You were like obsessed with that idea.
yeah, I really
Okay,
wanted to
G5.
make it work. Wow.
Black is
But
fine. Bishop E5,
yeah,
F6.
Oh my gosh. Ding is unhappy.
He's unhappy. His clock is unhappy. I would go knight B1, knight D2, and knight F3. Try to get that bishop off of E5 at all costs.
He's gonna lose. He's gonna lose. I mean, Queen G7, H5, G4. Like something. Queen G7, H5.
I don't know though.
Come on.
Is H5, white will play G4 and plug the hole on the king side. 2 seconds
King
for
F8.
Nihal make a move.
Oh, never mind. I thought he was gonna play King F8. King F8 and run the king.
He's building up the pressure now on the queen side. And we have a trade, and there's your move.
Ooh. There's
Don't go G4.
Oh, King F8, King F8, King E7, and some Rook H8 stuff could be there. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Takes.
Wait, but now the H file opens. I would have taken back with a pawn levy. He blunders E4.
Oh my goodness.
You're right. Knight G3 check. Oh my gosh.
How is he not losing?
Is this
Draw?
a repetition? No, he goes for it. No, but this has to be losing. Knight back to G3 and knight E2 again.
What is going on? I'm stuck in a whirlpool here.
I don't understand what's happening.
No,
he might be repeating and making a draw. No.
Oh my gosh.
Ding. But Ding is just getting handled here. Knight takes E5 and rook takes D6.
No way.
Oh,
no,
he's got queen G3, F6. No, it's winning for black. King H6. The king escapes the checks and white gets mated. Queen C1.
Ding can't believe it. And Nihal Sarin wins with black, and it's a tied match once again.
You called it. And the thing is, I don't want to say it was never in doubt, Levy, but Nihal is just so much better in these all-out chaotic scrambles.
Yep.
He just doesn't make one-move blunders. That's the difference. Like, he manages to play in those situations somehow without making obvious tactical mistakes.
No, it's just spectacular.
Like,
I just knew it was coming. If you do not beat Nihal like 7 times, you will just lose. You cannot.
There
beat
was
him.
one critical moment. There was one critical moment where Nihal captured on H3, and Ding could have recaptured with the pawn and gotten the open G file. But those subtleties are impossible to incorporate when you've got 2 seconds. You're literally just focused on not losing on time. Somehow Nihal is able to also come up with deep ideas.
Yeah, and he doesn't just play like
tied.
He doesn't just play quick moves that are bad. I mean, it's surreal. And here we go. I mean, this is why you're watching. This SCC season has been such a treat, and we're just getting started. We got Carlsen, Caruana. We got so many epic matches this time around, and this match can go in a million different directions right now. Amazing stuff.
Okay. So we have a Rui Lopez, another relatively tame position. It almost looks like a Sveshnikov with the bishop pair and the possibility of F5.
Yeah, dark squared bishop on that diagonal and F5 looking very nice for black, but I like Ding's position for sure.
Queen steps away from the pin. Maybe rook C8 to keep the tension.
I will play rook
merits
c8. Yeah,
consideration.
before you play f5, it seems kind of smart. Okay, he just decides to take, which I don't like that. Oh, that's the idea. Chop the knight off before it gets to d5, huh?
Exactly.
Smart.
But I think this is a just a way to stabilize the position. Now it's equal. I mean, queen d3. Black has, of course, the weakness on d6, much like in the Sicilian, but compensated by the general piece activity and the presence of this f7, f5 pawn break, which you should play very judiciously, right? If you play it too early, you weaken your king, and it does more harm than good.
Yes, you should play it judiciously, just like the move queen h6. Very judicious move. I know what judicious means. Judging based on the context clues, I don't think queen h6 is a judicious move. I think it's just an aggressive one. What's a good word for aggressive? Like a better word for aggressive? You got one?
Bellicose.
Get the what? Define.
Like it comes from the word belly. I think is Latin for war. Like you've heard the word belligerent.
I have. Okay.
Or antebellum before the war. Anyways, sorry.
Okay.
I'm nerding out.
I think the word bellicose is the most impressive word you have ever used. Like like that is, sometimes you say words and I legitimate. I'm not joking. I'm not like sabotaging my own intelligence for entertainment. I like legitimately, like I didn't know the word foible, for example. And people in chat were like, "Oh, everybody knows foible because it's cool for chat to like act smarter than the person on the screen or whatever." I don't think a single person in the chat knows the word bellicose. That was just a spectacular word. I mean, wow.
I like that word.
That's
bellicose. Thank you.
The greatest word you've ever said in our commentary. I mean, consternation, foible, but bellicose. That's wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Stop being so
you
bellicose.
See people in chat. Levy knows 5 words. Like no one knew that word. That's a brilliant word. You win. You just win.
I'm
amazing.
I'm deeply touched. See,
I'm
now
so impressed.
Everybody's going to use that word when the people in the chat come to their cocktail parties tonight or go back to see their parents. They have another word with which to impress them. I wonder how many people are going to actually use that word today. Probably quite a few.
I will be using that word moving forward. But bellicose, is it an adjective? Like, can I say or you cannot say a move is bellicose. You can?
Well, your behavior, I think you can say your behavior is bellicose, like aggressively or like warlike. What it actually means is warlike.
Warlike. Amazing.
Yeah, like Nihal's rooks on the D file are pretty bellicose. I don't know, attacking D6.
Wow. Amazing.
So in the meantime, I think, Levy, this has gotten rather unpleasant for Mr. Ding.
Yeah, this match has lived up to all the hype that Brazil-Croatia has not lived up to. I'm being informed that match is just 0-0, and that match is hardly exemplifying any signs of being bellicose.
So is this. This match is 0-0 too, 7.5, 7.5, basically the same as 0-0.
Right. 7-7 would be the same. Yeah. I like very much the pressure on the D6 pawn for white. Oy, B4 now.
Before restricting the knight, great positional move. But you drop C3.
Yeah. And D4. You drop both pawns.
Also, you know what? Oh, yeah, E4 also hangs. I would consider H5 at the right moment. Maybe just Queen E3. Come back. Prepare for round 2. But that's not what you want to play. You want to go like Rook D5. Something more bellicose would be called for here.
No, come on. I've lost my interest. You gotta give me more big words.
I got to give you a new word. I'll think of one. Well, right now, Nihal has got to give us some moves.
Yeah. Moves is a word I at least understand.
Rook D5. That's a move I understand.
Yes, Rook D5.
Okay, so Queen takes C3. What exactly is the follow-up?
Rook D3? Like, rotate the rook the other way. But Knight C5 is coming at some point.
Rotate the diag on the juicer?
Those are the high-level words we come here for.
You know what crazy idea exists here? H5, G5, and then
Rook E5?
Using the X-ray on the 6 rank, exactly. Rook E5, Knight G5. But Nihal allows, what does he allow? The Knight to jump into C5? Not really, because then you drop D6.
I don't know what he
Another
allows.
time scramble. And here we go again.
It's happening again.
It's happening again. Rook D6. C7. He wants knight takes e4. And white's
Yeah,
rooks are in trouble suddenly.
Yeah, just go back to d1, rook e6, or rook d3. Yep. Oh, this is so sharp.
Ding takes another pawn. e4, forking the knight, but rook e3 and rook e8 check. You can't take it.
Brutal.
There's a mate, and now you got to move your knight to d4.
Oh, and knight e6. And
Huge
rook
threat.
c1 is a problem.
Black's knight is also dangling.
Rook c1 is a huge threat.
a5, forcing the knight away again.
Oh, God.
And f5,
B4
Ding
something.
making progress.
But
God, the
h5
evil
for
bars.
white, I think.
Sack the exchange. Only chance for
No.
white.
No way.
Don't blunder
Ooh,
with
what do
queen
you-
c1. Easy to blunder your queen here.
d5, queen a1, though. FG.
Correct. Queen
Queen
h1
H1.
mate. Queen h1.
Oh!
Oh, queen h1. This also wins. This also wins.
Oh, God. Oh,
No,
God.
he's gonna flag. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh my god, he's gonna
I think-
flag. No!
He flagged! He flagged! He flagged! Oh, he flagged! Oh, Dingley run flags!
And
Oh!
queen g7, knight e7, king h8, and the king escapes the checks and black wins. Yeah, and he had mate in 2 with queen h1 earlier. Oh, another one. Oh my goodness. I mean, how do you,
Oh,
how
that's
does this keep
that is
happening?
Well, we know exactly how it keeps happening, actually.
And that time, it might not have been his connection. I mean, he might just have panicked in that
Yeah.
position and not seen a way
Yes.
to escape the checks. I actually think
That's
that
very-
was more likely.
Yeah, that's very important. He didn't lose that game because of internet. He lost that game because he just flags. That's what happens.
That's just the
Wow.
lack of experience. And again, it's not like Ding is bad in time scrambles, Levy. He outplayed Nihal completely when both players were down to 10 seconds. It's just extended across 15 moves. It's just like only a matter of time before Nihal comes up with the trick or he forces you into a situation where you panic.
You're absolutely right.
Gosh.
And he doesn't go down until 70, 80 moves have passed. Wow.
Yeah, he's
Brutal.
uncheckmateable. But he only leads by 1. That's the encouraging thing for Ding. Again, nobody able to get separation in this match. This is going to be the last game of the 3-minute portion.
Yes, it will. By the way, we were told that actually his connection during that game and throughout that game was full bars. So just a bit of panic, a bit of, that's what happens. You lose on time sometimes when you got no time on the clock. That's sort of how it works.
Yeah, and your heart just stopped. Like, there's nothing crazier than watching your clock go down in a time scramble. Those 3 seconds disappear in a heartbeat, just like instantly.
Yeah, and I
Ding
mean, you're so
is-
nervous trying to make moves.
But he keeps his foot on the gas pedal, and he's better again. This move, bishop a6, like depriving the black bishop of the b7 square, and e4, d5 is coming to a theater near you, or maybe even dc, opening up the d file.
Yeah, I also don't know.
This is very unpleasant, yeah? Very unpleasant.
Bishop c5. He's had a lot of these
Bishop
early
d5.
opening positions that were super pleasant for him, Ding.
Actually, Levy, a very instructive mistake here, if we could bring up the analysis board, would be bishop to e5, I think. And it would allow knight takes e5, rook takes d8, and he's played it. I thought it was a mistake because black gets a ton of compensation here, but maybe Ding says, hey, I just go rook d1 and I'm fine. It's on the board. Let's go back to the live position. Oh, this is literally on the board.
Whole thing is on the board. So the
And
argument
rook
is,
d1 is actually a super important move.
does black want to trade rooks? I don't think so.
Maybe on his own terms. Maybe rook c to d7 to keep the d file under control.
Yes, that seems sophisticated. And so now the question is, does black have a defensive fortress?
Mm-hmm. Some of us don't
What
believe
does
in
black play?
fortresses.
E5 by black? E5 maybe? Or A5?
I was thinking briefly about f5, but that seems overly weakening. Maybe just queen e2. And I really
this
don't want to
is-
weaken the e6 pawn.
Be tough to lose this game going into the bullet, but for Nihal.
But Nihal has 3 candidate. There's E5, F5, and he's played F5. Wow.
Yeah, you guys are good chess players. I would have
I
not
don't know.
been
Bishop
thinking
C4?
about. I know, that's like, I'm concerned here.
I guess there's rook to D2 with like massive pressure on F2. I mean, that needs to just be calculated flat out, straightforwardly, you know. But queen E2 also comes to mind, just unpinning the queen, or maybe even just H3, making some luft.
Or G4.
G4?
Completely unnecessarily being aggressive. G4 actually doesn't even look that bad. He plays H4.
No, it did not. He plays H4. Oh, and
it's a good move.
Nihal's going to take the F2 pawn. Yeah.
Wow.
I think black is fine.
Rook F7, I think Ding missed, yeah? Which is maybe why you had to go G4. But G4 there was still Rook F7, which is ridiculous. No, there wasn't, because GF5, EF5, Bishop C4. Now this doesn't quite work.
Oh, the pin. So now Bishop takes E4. The queen is just going to move away. He takes with the pawn in order to be able to take F2. But suddenly
Bishop
white has
D5,
developed a pretty strong attack.
Bishop D5.
Good call.
Yeah, Bishop D5. And
black is in ship shape here.
Black is chilling. He's going to take on F2.
And take on H4 if he wants. White shouldn't lose with the queen. I mean, there should be a way to force perpetual, but at this point, white is not playing for a win. Takes and Bishop G5 and E3. Wait a second. Bishop G5 and E3, and are we starting to talk about black playing for a win potentially?
Oh my god, no. How does he do it?
Don't even mention it.
How does he do it? His king looks a little too weak to be playing for a win, but anything is possible. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, there's no way black loses
G6,
now.
And queen E6 was actually a very circumspect defensive move. Now queen C8 check with a perpetual, I think, is the only path forward. Yeah, this is going to be a draw.
Yeah. Wow, man.
Queen C7, etc.
Well, you could play queen C7, queen B8, and even take on A7 with check.
But I think black's going to go up to the 6th rank. No. Wait, why did he do that? Queen B8, queen A7 was like 2 pawns. Strange mutual oversight. I think it was still a draw even without those pawns because of the power of the E3 pawn, but maybe Nihal's trying to bait him into it.
That's completely shocking that he didn't play queen B8, queen A7. What?
Whoa. G4, king takes G4, and the rook covers the check on E6.
That's unreal, and black is winning there.
He's trying to provoke him. It's very clear what Nihal is doing. He's trying to get Ding low on time. Again.
Can you play king F3 here?
Oh my god, threatening mate in 1. Holy smoke.
H5?
What about king G4 and rook F5? That's a Nihal move, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's trying to run to G6.
And at some point, he wants to deliver that check on F2 and knock white's king away. But even if he does that, I don't see a way to make progress.
There's queen D3, though.
King H5. He takes A7. Uh-oh.
Oh, my.
E2. No. E2, queen takes B6.
So check and what? Oh, now E2.
Because the bishop defends the rook, so you're basically not really risking there.
Or is there
Nihal trying to find the best version of it.
Bishop F.
Oh, my god.
Uh-oh.
King? Defend with the king, but white has to start checking now? He's going to flag again.
No, I think he's going to... This is insane. Oh,
wait,
is
queen
it
F5, queen C8. King H7, and he runs and goes G6 and wins.
Oh my god.
E2, bishop H4. Unreal. He's done it again.
Unbelievable. Nihal Sarin sacrifices his queen for defensive purposes and wins the final game of the Blitz. This is just spectacular. Unbelievable.
It's amazing.
Wow.
And ignore the eval bar there because the position was indefensible from a technical standpoint. He had 2 seconds. He had to give the right sequence of diagonal checks. But think back to the moment after Nihal sacrificed his queen. How do you win a position like that? Like, how is that even hypothetically possible?
Yeah, I don't know. But for Ding to miss queen B8, queen A7 also was quite unreal.
Yeah.
I see our scoreboard here is going a bit nuts. Nihal has been granted, first he was granted 10 points for that victory, or 11 points to 18.5. Now he's been given 2 points for this victory, and the scoreboard will not reset. So yeah, Nihal takes a lead, a very, very important 1-game lead, I believe. I don't think it's a 2-game lead.
2-game lead.
I swear it's 8.5, 7.5.
It's a 2-game lead. No, Levy. He won the last game to untie, and then he won this game for the 2-point lead.
Apologies. Yeah. Sorry. I was thrown off by the fact that we gave him 10 points originally, which was cool, but unfortunately that would have put the match out of reach already. So yeah, Nihal is up 2, and we're heading into the bullet. I mean, you can't script this any better.
You absolutely cannot. And Ding obviously has a ton of coming back to do, and we will see if he's able to do it. Before we go on our final break of the day, we want to remind you to get ready for the Q4 2022 State of Chess.com, coming to you live on December 21st. We have some huge news for the chess community, and the event will be followed by a community Q&A with none other than Danny Wrench. Plus, some very special guests will be joining the show to talk about the exciting announcements we're making and what these announcements mean for the future of the chess community. Tune in December 21st at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on twitch.tv/chess. Well, you will not have to wait long for the conclusion of this epic SCC match. We'll have 30 minutes of 1+1 to decide the outcome of Ding Liren against Nihal Sarin after this very short break. Stay tuned.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Welcome back to the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. We were hoping for an epic match between Dingley Ren and Nihal Sarin, and guess what? We got one. Alongside, I am Levy Rosman. A pleasure commentating this match for you on this lovely Levy. Seatbelts fastened. This bullet is going to be one for the ages.
Amazing match thus far. We've had multiple lead changes. It's been only as close as 2 games. It hasn't gotten any, the margin hasn't gotten any wider, if you will. And both guys have had opportunities to lead by 1 game, by 2 games, and it's all been tied up as well. We did not anticipate that going into the bullet, Nihal Sarin would have a 2-game lead. Dingley Ren is going to have to strike back, and he's going to have to strike back emphatically.
He is, and as we take a quick look at their blitz insights before we jump into the bullet, what has been the X factor? What has been the main determining factor in the lead that Nihal currently holds? Well, that is an indisputable question because the answer is clearly Dingley Ren's losses by flag. Not taking anything away from Nihal Sarin. His play has been incredible. He has set himself up for success, but Levy, those 3 or 4 points that Ding left on the table in time scrambles, they're going to come back to bite him if he ends up losing this match.
Yeah, they will. I think he's lost something like 33% probably of his games in just the last 10 seconds of a match. So the thing about bullet though is that you start with a minute. You do not start with 5 and then dwindle down to 1 and still have to kind of keep that. And you just got to play fast. So.
And something that Robert likes to point out, by the way. Oh, sorry, Levy, continue.
No, you're fine. I think there's for some reason, there's a delay between our voices. So I was actually all done speaking. You can go ahead.
Okay. So as the game kicks off, Robert likes to point out that the players who struggle to manage their time in the longer time portions are sometimes play as if they've been shot out of a cannonball in the bullet. So I think Ding is actually going to manage his time well here. The key, again, is to avoid the all-out time scrambles. And in the early going, he's doing just that. He's got more time than he started with, and some nice preparation against the London here by the Chinese Grandmaster.
E5, wow, just busting open the center of the board. I wonder what the idea is after Queen E5 for white. What do you do there? You try to trade the queens?
So yeah, Queen E2, and with every trade, the power of white's knight increases, so Ding doesn't even think about it. But now white's get these holes on the light squares, and black is a pretty big initiative in the early going.
Yep.
Shop H3, knight C6.
Nihal does in fact spot that the rook was hanging.
Yeah, surprise.
Maybe there's an opportunity there too. I still think that in the long run, this is a nightmare to play with black.
Yeah.
Just reminds me of Wesley's positions yesterday against Nodirbek when he just had the isolated pawn and slowly pressuring and ultimately winning.
No, that's a great comparison, and you just have to burn a lot of clock to figure out ways to keep the fire of your initiative stoked. And G4, by the way, is not out of the question as a way to try to trap this bishop. It's a risky bullet move. And Nihal prefers to play this more positionally, which I like. Things are getting very unpleasant already for black.
Also strikes me as a game you can kill 4 minutes in and then win and then be up 3 games.
Yep. Yeah, these 30 minutes evaporate so quickly. G4.
Yeah, G4 looks... He really wants to play
it's time for G4. He's calculating it, but he's now down to 16 seconds. Not that he ever cares. He just takes the knight on C4. Okay. Oh, and knight B5. The other knight's going to move into D4.
Okay, knight goes to D4. Some good...
Rook E2 and
grasp on the position here. This is a disaster for Dingley Ren.
Yeah,
this is
for
horrible.
The 2 reasons you pointed out. No winning chances, and this is going to take a ton of time off the match clock.
Yep.
Uh-oh, and he's going to lose a pawn.
Chances.
He's losing his pawns.
Yep. Nihal just nodded his head. Really, really bad sign for Ding. He's about to go down 3 games. Knight. Yeah, B5 is forced, I guess.
King up. It's not over, obviously. I mean, black still has drawing chances, but just full pawn down in a bullet game, I don't see him pulling this out.
Ah, nice.
Although,
Good. Knight CA3 though.
good defense by
Knight
Ding.
CA3.
Great call, stopping bishop C2.
Yep, and now Knight
Bishop
D4,
still
and the other knight.
active.
The other knight will now go to B5. Yep. Knight B5.
And maybe
King is
bring
so
the king
active,
around
too.
to D2.
By the way, King C4 was not a threat. There was B3 there, maybe. Yeah.
Oh my
this is
God,
great.
almost
H4. Yeah, it is almost mate.
The match clock continues to tick down. This game is going to take a long time.
Wow, it's going to be a full-on endgame. I mean, no questions asked.
Yep.
Some F4 maybe.
4 minutes already off the clock, and this game is not even close to done.
Nope. A worst nightmare scenario here for Ding, who's going to lose 5 minutes on this game, and he might straight up be down 10.5, 7.5.
He might, although he's got good drawing chances if he can hold this together, and he needs to prevent his king from getting pushed away. Uh-oh. And he can't.
Wow.
King D4, white making progress.
Yep. C5 bishop B3 though.
But you can in a bullet game, you're going to drop a pawn eventually. Knight C3, Knight D5. Oh, that's a decisive maneuver. It's
That's
over.
A decisive maneuver.
Goodbye.
Wow, 4.5 minutes off the clock, and Nihal Sarin has broken through. It is now a 3-game lead for the first time in the match.
And this next game, I don't like to hype things up falsely, but this actually might be the deciding game of the match. You lose another one with white, and you're staring down the barrel of a 4-point deficit. If you win, you bring it down to 2. And Ding was playing sufficiently fast. Levy, I don't think that was the problem. He just got outplayed. I mean, he flat out got outplayed. And he's repeating the same line.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
E4, bishop back to A8. And
Ooh,
Nihal said, hey, I'll
sacrifice an improvement.
Yes, I was going to say Nihal's going to happily sacrifice the queen. He did it once. He'll do it again.
He most certainly will. But Ding's going to try to go D5 and smash through in the center.
Oh, I like this. Knight D2 ideas. A4 for
Knight
white
H4,
as well.
Knight F5. Oh, I thought Knight H4 was a big opportunity there to stick that knight on F5. That could have been decisive.
Maybe Knight. Okay, he's looking for a checkmate. Can't say I hate it.
Yes, still very unpleasant for black. Queen F5, Knight takes D5. Maybe you can get away with it.
Knight takes D5, Rook D1 or something.
I'm sure you can't, but it's a bullet game.
Yeah, if Nihal doesn't see the refutation, he will play it. He also could have maybe started with bishop takes D5, but bishop F6 is always an idea now. I like white's position.
Yeah, it's a massive threat. Maybe double on the E file, Knight E5. It's easy to make improving moves here. I love Knight H4. I think this is the all-star idea in this position. This is winning. This is winning.
Yep. This is winning and quickly too. That's the problem.
Yep.
Rook E3. I mean, he's just going to mate him. Rook E3, and they don't even have to rush.
And the most depressing thing is that black doesn't even have like a pawn to suffer for. Like if you had sacked a piece to get this position, okay. But the material's equal. Knight takes H6 is a massive threat. Might have to move your king if you're black.
Where?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll take anything. I'll take G7 maybe.
Yet.
Whoa,
is
there no
saved
mate?
a position like this against Sam Sevian.
I mean, I think Nihal has... Yeah, you're right. That was ridiculous.
It just, I'm getting those vibes, and let's see if Ding can keep time on his clock.
Oh,
he blundered Knight F4.
Oh my, how does this guy do it, man?
H5. H5.
Oh,
that's the move Ding missed. He's losing.
That is unbelievable.
How is he doing this? White has nothing. Nothing.
Nothing at all. Yeah, Ding can't believe it. He's looking at
King
the position
H7.
like, where's my
That's
attack?
it.
King H7. Just take it.
F5. Oh, you can
Can't
just
you also
take
just
it.
take-
Oh my god. No. And back to
It's not
F4 for
F4.
he wants more.
Now F5, yeah.
F5. Holy smoke.
Oh my
He's got
goodness. He just wins the house. He wins the house.
He wins the house. He gets more time off the match clock again.
Yep.
This is ridiculous. It's not over yet, though.
There was bishop F3 in that position.
Knight H3 mate. Oh my god. He won.
That's unbelievable. 4-game lead now for Nihal Sarin. Plenty of time for Ding, but he's got to win positions like that.
He does, but the insane thing is that it wasn't like an obvious blunder. He played natural moves, and suddenly he was just losing.
Yeah, you don't know the eval bar shows what it shows. You just know you're winning, and that's shocking. Just completely shocking. 21 minutes. It's not out of reach, but the next 2 games decide everything.
They really do. Ding basically has to be perfect from now on. And I just want to say Nihal is playing so much better than he was against Giri. I think he's just taking this more seriously. Not that he wasn't okay, that's the wrong word, but he's just brought more of his A game to the bullet segment so far. I mean, he takes it plenty seriously. Correction.
He doesn't think Anish Giri is a serious opponent, is what you're saying. That's what I heard.
Twitter.
But no, I concur. Not about the seriousness of the Anish Giri match, but rather, this is Nihal Sarin is playing lights out against Ding Liren right now.
But he has to avoid getting into the defensive mindset where, I'm just going to milk the clock and the result of the game doesn't matter. Wesley So almost paid the price for that yesterday. I think he just has to go for the throat, go for another win, and, just get to a situation where you don't even have to worry about, I got to milk this amount of time off the clock. And I think he's doing that.
I agree. And his position here is quite nice. Although he's not down on time, which does not work in his favor. We all know that Nihal must be down on time to fully activate,
Exactly. Don't worry. He will rectify that situation pronto. There we go. And now he can start playing. And another time scramble. And Ding just isn't able to pull these games out. Takes a knight d4. Looks interesting.
Knight d4 is just clinical.
Just
time is ticking. Black is getting no closer to winning this game. That's a good move, though. I like that move a lot. B4, though.
It is a great move. Attack B2. Yeah.
I think B4 shuts it all down.
It's going to be another super long game.
Yeah, if Ding doesn't win this game, it's probably over. Just kidding.
Well,
you should stay here until the end. Stay here until the end, guys.
Should stay here until the end regardless, but you're being objective. I think Ding has good winning chances here. Bishop e6, he's got the bishop pair, and that rook on a6 can move into a3. Yes, and it does.
Rook b2, what? Why didn't he play rook
b2?
Take
b3.
I don't understand. Take it?
Ooh, wait, but this is not the way to play for a win.
No, what is Ding doing? No.
You're not going to win the opposite colored bishop endgame. Come on.
No. Oh gosh. Oh, this is gonna take an hour.
Yep.
This will take 1 hour to finish. Opposite colored bishops is a worst case scenario. Ding's trying to just end the game.
Declined. Nihal declined the draw, which is an incredibly smart move, actually. Like, you can milk another minute off the clock if you wanted.
You could win. My brother, you could milk 200 moves here.
As you should, and you should sack c4. Like, if you were to do this properly... Ding has to be careful because he's not an experienced pre-mover. No! I'm getting really worried.
Is Nihal going to just shuffle... No, I mean, by the way, just chat understands, like, Nihal is 100% justified here. I mean, officially, he's 100%. Completely justified because this is the match. Like, this is thousands of dollars. Why would you give your opponent any time on the clock? This is exactly what you should do.
You shouldn't.
And
you should ask yourself, go ahead. And you should ask yourself, like, do you want to see the players, playing for the win, playing for everything? That's the spirit of chess. And it might not be pretty. It might not be the most fun thing to watch, but you're supposed to play to win the match. And he's doing it. He's built up 36 seconds on his clock, and he can take unlimited time off the match clock here. Like, unlimited.
Yeah, not anymore. Not anymore. Because actually, in fact, Nihal could sacrifice his pawns for a draw, and Ding should not take them because that would reset the 50 move rule. So yeah, Nihal got an extra 2 minutes off the clock there. You saw Ding smiling because he just, Ding has to win and he has to win now. I mean, that's completely justified. That's exactly what you should do there. Wow.
Okay, still a 4-point lead, and we've got only half of the bullet portion remaining. This ain't looking good for Mr. Ding. And he goes back to 1e4.
He goes back to e4, but
I
now
like it.
Nihal is playing e5.
Yeah, I was like, wait, are we sure that Ding is playing white here? And d5, like Nihal's literally channeling his inner Ding.
Yeah, he's playing like Marshall style, although knight takes c3 is obviously a threat. It's not really Marshall style, but I mean, listen, you need a game to go for a long time and probably not lose. It's e4, e5 all the way.
Yep.
And
speaking
of like,
such a solid position.
We have a comment on the screen that said Nihal could have been very mean there. Yeah, he could have gone probably another minute, but at some point as a chess player, you sort of feel like ridiculous doing what you're doing. And so can't really blame him. But
and it's not like he needs to lose the next games. Like he's up 4 points for goodness sakes, and the way he's been playing, there's no reason that he should lose a single other bullet game. He's just totally in control of these games. Even when he's worse, it feels like he's controlling the flow, and he's not really that close to losing.
But having said that, it's never too late to just throw a game completely in like 30 seconds, and then, that's the end of it. Queen e4, and well, if you go d4 here with white, you're kind of mating the guy. So wonder what Nihal's going to do.
And the issue is that g6 does give up the h6 pawn. So rook b2 d4, things getting spicy here.
Oh, but
bishop
now
f5,
g6. No, bishop f5, yeah.
Which is sort of a threat. I mean, the knight hangs on c6, but you want to eliminate this bishop at all costs.
The threat is e takes d4.
Oh my god, and Ding is down to 10 seconds again, and he just hasn't survived these time scrambles.
Yeah.
Oh no.
There's nothing you can do. Bishop a4, and what's the idea here? Queen d. Whoa.
Queen d5, muddying the waters. Good stuff by Ding.
But DC seems.
CD, and he's losing again. CD, it's over.
Yep. Or bishop c6.
Wait.
Oh, apparently
no,
not.
that was wrong.
Rookie one.
Now the bishop. Oh no, Nihal missed. Bishop takes c1, but he might still win. Queen d1. Gotta try it.
Completely in. Oh, queen d1, queen f6.
Queen f6. He blundered the bishop. Oh my god, Ding has to take the free pieces in. He's gonna win again. No, he's not. I mean, Ding is gonna win.
Yes, not again, but he will win. But
right, it was. I didn't know how I wanted to phrase that sentence.
But it's. I mean, will he win? By the way.
Yeah, exactly. Nihal, he's pulled off crazier comebacks than this position. Okay, if Ding doesn't win this.
Yeah, well, he must. I mean, but it's still going to take at least another minute.
It should, at least, if Nihal can build up some time.
Oh, blockade. Oh, the rook is trapped.
Rook f. Oh, king b3.
Yeah,
dislodging it from a4. The bishop is blocking a7, though.
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's not.
a7. And Nihal, he can build
by the way,
a little more time off the clock.
Yes, he should.
13 minutes left on the match clock. Still not mating. It's unmateable.
Okay, he's going to stall out the time and then play a move right at the last second. Or just that. Okay. All right.
Okay. So what's the layout? Ding has to be perfect. I don't even think he can afford a draw.
Yeah,
Ding has to be ideal.
We're talking about draw, not a game. Talking about draw. No draws.
Playoffs?
If he wins this one and there's 9 minutes left on the clock, I mean, it's still just it's tremendous amount of time. I mean, anything can happen in bullet, but that was so important.
Yeah, and
I mean, Nihal could have been up 5.
Levy, you'll probably co-sign this point. Like when you're leading by like 2 or 3 points and you're looking at the match clock, it just starts moving at a glacial pace. You're like, we just played the longest game ever, and it only took 1 minute off the clock. So the worst thing to do is to start compulsively checking the match clock. I've butchered a bunch of big leads doing just that, because then you stop playing the position. You know what I'm saying?
In my experience, going into bullet portions, I've never been leading, like against Eric or against like anytime I've played one of these matches. So at some point in the bullet, I've made the match very close, and I've been cognizant of the time. But yes, definitely, I remember I took the lead against Eric, and I realized there's one game left, and I just lost my mind. I played like the worst game of my life because I was like, "Oh, it's the last game," and then I just lost, and we had to go to overtime. So
no, it's such an unsettling feeling.
It's not easy yet to know that you're actually playing with an expiring timer.
Ding was not cognizant of the push of the C pawn. He's going to lose again.
Yeah, 4-game lead, insurmountable with 10 minutes on the clock. Just not possible.
The problem is DC, there's knight to E5, and the rook on C6 is simply trapped. He needs a miracle in this game to pull it out.
Yeah, he hasn't lost yet. He's losing, but he hasn't lost, so...
No. He still has a pawn for the exchange, some good knights. It's a game.
He's not having a good night.
Oh, 95. Brutal. And DC is coming. He just resigns.
Oh, he just resigns. It's back to 10.5 minutes on the clock. He's got to win this game in like 90 seconds, which good luck against Nihal.
Yeah, the first game took 4.5 minutes off the clock. If that happens, then it's totally a moot point. Gosh, wow. What a smooth performance in the latter stages of the 3+1 and in the bullet. He's just a buzzsaw in the SCC. It's crazy.
He's so good. Yeah, Nihal is amazing.
I mean, he's going to beat Ding twice in like a year in matches. Come on.
Oh, wow. Speaking of clutch performances, Croatia just scored on the 126th minute of a match to tie it against Brazil. And it looks like we're going to penalties. Yeah, man. Your team, man.
Oh, it scored in overtime. Oh, my God.
Yeah, so Brazil was leading with like 3 minutes left. And amazing.
Okay, but don't tell me the score because I'm going to watch the penalties as a recording on YouTube. So nobody in the chat share the score. I don't think that's possible.
Just don't have the chat.
I close the chat.
And
well, I have it open from time to time to check the morsels of wisdom that are being shared.
Yes, they are spectacularly wise, and they mostly just insult me to get reactions. They get reactions every like 30 minutes. They love you. You could don't go this far, okay? But you could have like a crazy arc where you start going on talk shows and saying wild stuff, not anti-Semitic, but just crazy things like unicorns invented chess and whatever. They would love you. You could say whatever you want. You get, don't stress about it too much.
I won't test it. Anyway. I won't test it.
No, don't test it. Don't test it. But if you ever do, just know that you have that safety net. By the way, I just realized how hopeless this really is. This game is nowhere near finishing, and we have 8.5 minutes left. It's a 4-game lead. I can't see it happening.
I think there was a tactic there with bishop takes g7 and rook takes d6, but yeah, Ding just needs to score goals within like a minute, and it's not possible. Nihal just does not lose games fast, ever.
Nope.
Even here, like it looks like he's lost, but he's going to take another 2 minutes off the match clock.
Yeah, and let's not forget, I mean, Ding also has 20 seconds. That also counts, and he's going to think because he doesn't exactly know how to win.
What you do.
Right?
Well, he just blundered h5, and he might even lose this game, because okay.
Yep.
G6, yeah.
It's just been that kind of match. I mean, Nihal is...
Wow. That right there was a super practical decision. He gives up his piece, but he says, hey, we're going into an end game, and it's going to take you forever to win, and I've got 3 pawns for the piece, so buckle in. This one looks like it's over.
King f2, and another, like, 2 minutes are going to leave the match clock, man. Like, this is going to take forever. And the 1 second bonus adds so much time. I don't mean to the clocks, but yeah, it somehow just takes so long.
Well, because if you do the calculations briefly, and it doesn't seem that way, but listen, like 2 seconds are added per move for each player. If an additional like 40 moves are made, that's like 2 more minutes, which is huge when the clock comes down like this.
And
it also prolongs the game.
Yeah,
he might.
Let's not forget,
Nihal's not worse.
It's probably 0.3, 0.4 seconds to even like, I don't know, to register the move to the server. Like, I'm sure there's a little bit of like lag and everything. I mean, it's
D4,
anyway,
D4.
this is the stuff we have to discuss. As he might lose on time.
He's gonna win. Nihal's gonna win this game. F4, bang.
Jeez.
He's just outplaying him a piece down. Just another day in the office for Nihal Sarin. G3, F3, H3, H3, H2, H1. We in the mix. H6.
Yeah. Don't hang your rook though. Nope, he doesn't.
Oh!
And that's
it's just been the story of the match. One of the sub stories. Not to reduce it down to flagging. But
I mean, that's not why Nihal won this match. He won this match because he's just straight up the better player, and maybe not overall, but definitely today. And he has now beaten Dingley Ren in Blitz. He has beaten him in Bullet, and he has beaten him in Rapid. Isn't that insane? Like, hello, Nihal Sarin. Are we talking about Erigaisi, Gukesh, Prague? Nihal just low-key been emerging as the best speed player out of India by far. It's not even close.
No, he's definitely, I think, cementing his position as a top 5 Blitz and Bullet player overall. I mean, obviously, Hikaru, Magnus occupy number 1 and number 2 by a country mile. But, let's also not forget that Nihal has been maintaining 3,200 Blitz on Chess.com now for many months. And he's doing it against many different opponents. He never gets crushed. Like, the consistency and the speed, he's just got the right combination of qualities. And it makes him just a nightmare opponent, even when he's not in the greatest form. And this is where Anish is really kicking himself. He had the best chance that anybody might have against Nihal this season in the SCC.
I know. Yeah, and then, I mean, the comeback was just perfect. I felt for Anish. I really did.
For sure.
Not that I'm ever cheering for, anyone to win or lose, but it's just amazing. I mean,
yeah. Well, Nihal has the white pieces here. He milks the clock. A 5-point lead to boot. And he's not stopping here. Oh, he mouse slipped. Oh.
Well, we got 4 minutes to kill before we probably invite Nihal for an interview. Anything you want to ask him?
Well, he's obviously very, very modest. So I struggle. I'll be totally open and honest and say I struggle to ask good questions in these interviews because the players, they're tired. They're not always in the mood to expand upon their strategy, but I definitely want to ask him about openings. I wish I could know what his secret was. I wish he could verbalize it, but then we'd all be as good as Nihal Sarin.
Yep. It's true. We got to ask him who he's rooting for in the World Cup.
Oh, obligatory question. It would not be an interview, World Cup era interview without it.
I can see Nihal just casually not knowing there's a World Cup going on, just doing his thing, just playing chess, preparing for tournaments.
What do you mean? The Chess World Cup isn't happening until a year from now.
Yeah, he'll be like, what World Cup? There's Chess World Cup 2023. The craziest thing for a guy like Nihal is he might not even play at the World Cup of chess because he never qualified. Like, I don't exactly know how you qualify. I'm sure he will, but qualification is a weird thing for the World Cup in chess.
Yeah, it is. And qualification is different based on like where you are and the tournaments that you're playing. Now it's interesting that Nihal's classical rating, by the way, is still like 2650. I mean,
I know
he doesn't win these games because of blitz specific skills. Like, he outplays people regularly, classical style.
But why would you play, blah blah open in some random city in Europe to gain 8 elo when you can play against Dingley Ren in the Speed Chess Championship and get to the semifinals and you win like $7,000, $8,000? Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's really, why would you? I mean, in chess, to become like a full-time professional in classical, you need to be invited and you need to be playing as a top 20 player. If you're like 70th in the world, like Nihal is, he just won $50,000 in CGC. Who the hell needs classical chess? The whole classical chess kind of career is just completely broken. It just doesn't make sense for guys like Nihal to focus on. But he will in the long run,
For sure.
I'm sure.
And he does.
You know?
He still does. And I think classical chess is still very respected. But what I love is that, you know, it used to be the case that you would always put an asterisk next to, oh, he's good at Blitz or he's good at Rapid. Oh, well, that doesn't really matter. It's just online Blitz. Now, you know, those skills are rewarded handsomely and they're put onto the pedestal for everybody to see. And the skill in Blitz, as Nihal delivers on another game, is a full-fledged skill, not to be necessarily compared to classical. They're different games, they're different skills, but both of them allow you to further what has been, you know, thus far an amazing career for Nihal and what will continue to be an illustrious career, I'm sure.
Listen, whether fans or fellow colleagues of Nihal Sarin will say that he is not actually, you know, as strong as he is because classical is the epitome of chess strength. Nihal will laugh all the way to the bank and say he's out-earned 99.99% of chess players already in their entire careers, and he's only 18 years old. And if Nihal ever gets invited to a top-level event like Tata Steel, I don't know if he's playing in the Open. I don't think he is, but he might be.
I don't think he is this time.
He'll win it too. Like, all right, you want me to prove myself in classical? I'll win that too, no problem. You know what I mean? But I don't think he is, right. I think they invited like Gukesh and Erigaisi to the Masters, but I don't think he's there.
Yeah.
They invited Gukesh. Erigaisi won the Challenger section. But
Erigaisi has just been unbelievable. I mean, the talent coming out of India right now is pretty next level. And definitely, if you think about Arjun, World Championship material for sure.
But knocked out round one against Fabio. Would Nihal have beaten Fabiano? I mean, you know, in Toronto, full disclosure, I said Nihal is the third likeliest player to win this event behind Magnus and Hikaru. That is not an exaggeration.
No,
the speech
no, it's not a controversial statement. No, you're totally right. And for a while, I think people were too influenced by his classical rating, but now everybody sees that, you know, his place in the SCC is you know, the SCC wouldn't be complete without him. There's players like Hikaru, Magnus. Nihal has to be included in that conversation where, you know, like this tournament is really only complete if he's playing, given his past performances. Okay, this is officially going to be the last game. Nihal offers a draw, which Dig declines. He's like, no, I want to win the last game. I want to score the honor goal.
Yeah, it makes sense. He wants to end on a win. I mean, it's a pricey win. I think it's like $300-400.
Yeah.
And I don't remember the pre-seeding. I don't remember if Nihal was the 4th seed or the 5th seed, but in my eyes, he was the 3rd seed in this event. And I don't even think he's such a huge... I would love to see Nihal versus Magnus. I mean, that would be fascinating. Because we've seen Nihal Hikaru. Like, we've seen them play for fun. But we have almost never seen Magnus Nihal, I feel like. And I mean, they play for fun as well in Blitz, but we've seen it much less than Hikaru. So...
God, anyway. That match, strap yourselves in. And I mean, obviously in that match, I think Nihal will have to bring his A game opening wise. And insofar as you can discuss areas of improvement, definitely in the matches he struggled in, a lot of it has had to do with his opening play. Even today, I mean, if you think about the start of the match, Ding was firing on all cylinders in the opening. And then somehow, as the match moved to a shorter time control, Nihal was able to dilute those issues with his incredibly accurate middle game play, but nonetheless, something to chew on. And
and once again,
and
I was gonna say, and once again, in another match, he's just unbelievable defensively. He had 1 or 2 games this match that he saved from what the computer evaluated as a completely lost position, so it seems even more crazy. But yeah, I mean, it was like mate. Yeah. It was another. Yeah, well, you're right. It was like the Sevian game, and
it's funny I mentioned that, and then the moment after that, Ding blundered.
Yep.
Yeah, and
that's how it works.
Nihal might just repeat moves here, or he might go for the win. I think Ding is likely to flag here. Oh, with 1 second. Oh, Bishop B3, such a devilish little move in time pressure. Oh, he's going to give up the bishop. The game still goes.
F5. Both guys too stubborn.
Just end it.
The mating
Oh,
net.
it's mate. Oh, brutal. Absolutely brutal. And Nihal wins the last game to end the match up 8 points. But obviously, Levy, it goes without saying, if you watched anything other than the bullet, you know that that doesn't tell the whole story. It was a close match.
Yeah, and that's it. And that's it. I mean, Smarter Chess got one thing wrong in this match, and that was the bullet. And it just never, ever got... I mean, Nihal Sarin very well might be, on a good day, the best bullet player in the world. Like, on a good day. I'm sorry, I know we got Magnus and Hikaru. I'm talking on a good day. Nihal Sarin proved today that he is incredible. And that Anish Giri bullet segment might have just been a fluke.
And he has made a strong case for that in his match against Ding. Listen, it was a valiant effort by Ding Liren, somebody who lacks quite as much experience in online chess. He had his incredible moments, but at the end of the day, Nihal's consistency, his grit, his resilience in bad positions, and obviously his speed, above all else, once again move him through to the round of 4 to the semifinals. Folks, before we go on a break and bring Nihal in for an interview, please write in chat what questions you want to ask Nihal. We cannot promise to ask all of them, but we will select a couple of chat questions to ask Nihal in the interview. And on that note, here at the 2022 Speed Chess Championship, we will be back with the victor of today's match for an interview. Nihal Sarin will be in the studio on the other side of this short break.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up one pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push him, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajava. Here, White plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After Black takes it, White pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and White would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, White would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and White would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is, and we'll see you around on Chess.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Speed Chess Championship. It seems that a Nihal interview just isn't meant to be. He just had some technical issues joining the call. We did our absolute best, we promise. But unfortunately, we're going to have to pass on the Nihal interview today. But nonetheless, we got all of the entertainment we could possibly ask for today. It's been amazing covering the match. So let's wrap up with a couple of announcements and observations to start. Let's take one more look at the bracket as it currently stands. Levy Rosman, Nihal Sarin is our first semifinalist. And what would the SCC be without Nihal Sarin in the semis?
I know. Spectacular stuff, really. And he awaits the winner of Nakamura versus Aranyan. And obviously the favorite there being Hikaru. We might get a Hikaru versus Nihal Sarin potential semifinal matchup, which would be the final matchup in 99 out of 100 tournaments of speed chess. But sadly, that's not to be. And that Hikaru match, speaking of which, is coming up on Monday, December 12th. So you get your fix of chess boxing on December 11th, and then we resume the SCC.
Indeed, that's coming your way. 12 p.m. noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern time as Hikaru faces Levon Aronian. And Levon obviously will have to bring his A++ game for that match. Speaking of A+ game, another event that you should put on your calendar the day after the Hikaru Aronian match, Tuesday, December 13th, is your chance to play chess against sports legends Larry Fitzgerald and Gordon Hayward. In the first ever collab stream between these two chess fans, players will battle Fitzgerald and Hayward in a rapid time control arena, and all of the action will be streamed live on Gordon's Twitch channel. To become eligible and join the arena on game day, head on over to go.chess.com/playgordon. That's go.chess.com/playgordon and join Gordon Hayward's chess.com club. Drop exclam legends in the chat for a direct link. So more fun to come next week, more SCC action, and the super fun event featuring sports legends Larry Fitzgerald and Gordon Hayward. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for us to wrap up today's coverage of the Speed Chess Championship. We congratulate Nihal Sarin on another incredible effort. Levy, before I wrap up, I'll pass it back to you one more time for your final observations.
My observations are that every time we see Nihal Sarin, the level is elevated. He was stopped short in Toronto by a juggernaut of an opponent. And unfortunately, he just couldn't quite seal the deal. But against Dingley Ren today, the level was palpable. I mean, he bounced back multiple times, sealed it in the faster blitz format. The bullet was just the most lopsided he's had in a while. And I'm just so excited to see where he goes next. Unfortunately, Speed Chess has two final bosses, and their names are Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. You can choose who you think is the true final boss, but those two are the final two. They wait at the gates to see if you really are elite at the format. And Danya, I'm just pumped to see this next matchup of Hikaru Levon. You're probably going to be calling it, and if not, then well, we'll see. I'll probably be seeing you soon as well, and it was a pleasure working with you today.
Likewise, it always is, Levy. I'd like to thank everybody in the chat who decided to watch the SCC, maybe in parallel or rather than the football match, which is the best decision you can make. The next match comes your way on Monday. We wish everybody a great weekend. And Levy, thank you to you. Always a pleasure working with you. Thank you to our amazing production team for yet another flawless broadcast. On that note, we wish you a great weekend, ladies and gentlemen. From the Speed Chess Championship International Master Levy Rosman and GM Daniel Nerditsky, bidding you a great rest of your day. We'll see you on Monday for Hikaru versus Aronian. So long.